That's most definitely what's up.
I'm vibing.
Shout out to the chess club.
I'm vibing.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
That's most definitely what's up.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've missed you. Welcome. Hi, everyone. How you doing? Everybody rocking and rolling? Everybody doing good? Feeling lively? You better be. You better be. Because we got a lot to talk about today. Continued fallout. I get it. From the Xbox crap show. Yeah, that weird. Yeah. I don't know. This song is weird, but I like the vibe. I like the vibe, even if it starts a little weird. Yeah, so continued fallout from that. A ridiculous interview from an Xbox executive. Capcom being Capcom, leaks and rumors of another God of War game coming to PC. Switch 2 information. Oh, and Warner Brothers had an earnings call and talked about Suicide Squad. It's gonna be fun. How are you guys though? How's the last couple days been? It is a glorious, glorious day. Friday, we're rocking and rolling. They lost money, like lots of it. Well, they're in an interesting spot where they had the most successful game they've ever had last year. And then they also had like one of their worst performing games ever, if not the worst performing game ever this year. So because last year's high was so high and this year's low is so low, it's like freakishly bad. It's really bad. mean, thankfully to the executives, they everybody was expecting them to screw it up. So everybody knew what yesterday was going to be, or what, I think it was yesterday, the earnings call. But yeah, they like missed earnings by 44, almost 49%. That's bad. Because this is what the projection was. So the analysts who analyze these businesses for a living, they were estimating a very low number, and they somehow did even worse than that. So it can always be worse. It can always be worse. Yeah. Yeah, Kai Stad, the interview with Sarah Bond was hard to watch. Oh, you mean this one? It's pretty fun. You guys know I enjoy cringe comedy. It gets my, what's the term? Rocks off, socks off, knocks off. I don't know. But I get into it. I find it very entertaining. And I'm here for it. So yeah. Suicide Squad lost around 200 million. That's probably fair. They marketed the crap out of it too, and I would guess that they probably all told have lost like 300. Unless people that are still playing it are spending freakish amounts of money. Which maybe they are. But, I mean, that's not, you're not able to sustain a live service game with player counts like that. You just can't. Because even like matchmaking doesn't work when that's what you're dealing with. Like it just doesn't work. Because this is globally. So if you're playing in Europe, you're not able to matchmake with people in the US, or rather you don't want to, because ping times will be so bad, they'll be rubber banding all over the place. So spread across the whole world, you know, in my area, there's probably like 20 people playing. And that just doesn't work. So, Helldivers 2, I'm gonna guess, let's see, it's morning on a Friday. I'm gonna guess 160,000. Let's see. Oh, way high. Way high. Yeah, they haven't beat 160,000 in a minute. Okay. I was still thinking of like back late April. It's mellowed out a good amount. Still like very, very successful days, but yeah, it's mellowed out a lot. Okay. Static, I'm good. I'm good. We're rocking and rolling. Hellblade 2 marketing has started. They made another Twitter post? Yeah, I don't know. They've posted a couple of little tidbits. So like they've done this. They've retweeted some stuff. But like, I'm sorry, I just don't think of retweets as like as marketing. Maybe it is. I don't know, maybe they've started, maybe you're saying they've kicked off like actual ads. No, like actual ads on YouTube and Reddit. Okay, well, there you go. I think no matter how you look at it, they've tried to do something different this time around, whether it's intentional or not. They either have just like gotten totally tied up and distracted with stuff, or they're trying to do something new where they only like really market it close to launch instead of like a long protracted marketing cycle. I'll post a pinned comment on the new video. And Reddit ads. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't seen the new video, I just posted that up. Okay. Do we have any news on AC Red? Not as far as I'm aware. I mean, the one that would know is Jor. And I don't think he's tweeted out anything. Yeah. We'll see. My expectation and everybody else's expectation is that we're gonna get to see it in June. We might get a little nod like a week or two before, but yeah. The $200 million hit was to EBITDA too, so Warner Brothers Discovery definitely lost way more. Yeah, looking at their spreadsheets and the slides that they posted, it was pretty clear that they did some creative accounting to move some money around. Which, just like, to be clear, I'm not suggesting they did anything illegal or anything. I'm not saying that. What basically you can do when you run a corporation is, say I have like, I don't know, let's say I have like a massive YouTube video I'm working on, you know, a big Starfield critique or something. And I spend months and months making it. I pay my editors to work on it, all this crazy stuff. And it ends up just totally tanking. It doesn't make any money back. It gets demonetized immediately, whatever happens. It just doesn't make money. What I'd be able to do if I was publicly traded somehow, and like I had investors I had to keep happy, is I could go and say like, oh, the costs of making that one video, I'm just gonna lump all those costs into my video production costs. So then the losses are spread out across all of my videos during that period. And I could say, yeah, it didn't make a ton of money. It did a little bit less, but this quarter in general has been hard on us. So then I'm explaining away the big drop in revenue, what I would have expected there, and I spread it across all my videos. So like, just by reframing things and putting the losses into different buckets and spreading it out across different buckets, it can sound like it wasn't that big of a failure, when in reality it was. I'm just spreading it around so that it appears lessened. And that's basically what they've done here, it seems, is that they've tried to be like, yes, Suicide Squad was a disappointment, but it's also because, you know, the games industry in general is shrinking right now. And then also last year was so great for us. It was always going to be hard to live up to that. And, you know, they kind of putter around like that. Yeah. They might market Hellblade when it comes out and see if that generates more talk instead of before launch. Maybe. I mean, the simplest answer is just that their budgets are extremely tight right now and they're looking for ways to save money, and they're going to try doing a very, very limited marketing campaign for it and see if it even matters. Because it could be that their internal metrics say that marketing for Game Pass titles don't really matter. It could be that for everybody that has Game Pass, they know about Hellblade already. And if they're interested in it, they'll be playing it. And they can do a big pop-up, you know, when you boot the Xbox store. And so you find out about it automatically that way. And so they don't need to spend money on marketing. And the other thing is, like, marketing is useful for basically like exposing the game to a new audience. And that's where something like a Starfield or a Fallout 5 or something that needs a broad marketing campaign, because then you get the casual gamers who maybe are not subscribed to Game Pass, maybe don't have an Xbox, maybe haven't played a game in the last 6 months, but they see that and they're like, ooh, I want to do that. I didn't know about that before, but now I do. That's when marketing is really, really useful, the broader like retail marketing. For Hellblade 2, I'm not sure if anybody, like if somebody saw a trailer for Hellblade 2 during a basketball game or a football game, if they don't already know about it, is that really going to make them go sign up for Game Pass? Probably not. It's an IP that almost nobody knows about. So I don't know, but something weird is going on regardless. They're trying something different. Can we say we're in a crash now? I think it just depends on what you mean by crash. Like when I hear crash, I think of the 1980s crash where the games industry almost ceased to exist. but I think it's fair to say that there probably is a sort of crash, and there has been one going on for the last like 2-3 years, I would say. The funny thing about crashes in markets is that you usually you can't tell that you're in one until it's too late. But with that being said, like I do think that there's something going on where gamers are not spending as much money because quality is in question and inconsistent, especially gamers are getting super turned off by being over monetized, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about one of the concerns with AC Red here in a second, because it looks like the whole point of AC Red is to basically over monetize people, but we'll get there. Baby steps, right? Baby steps. It just seems like gamers are at a point where they just have a zero tolerance for this over monetized crap. Where was that story? Oh, it was Jonathan, wasn't it? It totally was. Hold on. Jonathan. It's that French YouTuber. What is his name? Jonathan. Real quick, does anybody know the username for Jonathan, that French YouTuber? What's his Twitter handle? I can't find it for some reason. When I Google Jonathan French YouTuber, it pops up with a Twitter community for Nigerians learning French. Not so sure. Elon, fix your search. Fix your search. Okay. I don't know. Logan, about AC Red, it's Ubisoft, so odds are it'll be shit. I think AC Red, actually, coming from the same like accomplished team that did Odyssey, I think it'll be a game that's probably too big for its own good, but I think it'll be a massive game. It'll be, if it's with the same tools as Odyssey, but upgraded, it's going to be a looker. And I think it's going to have a lot of really good quality of life improvements. Like already, Odyssey has aged very, very well. And people forget, Odyssey was an Assassin's Creed game that was nominated for Game of the Year against God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2. Obviously, it wasn't going to beat those, but that's the level of quality that even critics of Ubisoft and critics in general thought that it deserved. I mean, it was a very, very impressive game. I think it dragged on too long. I don't like how they seemingly balanced it against against the XP boosts and stuff. So there are things I don't like about it, but overall, I think it's a really, really impressive game. But I think, you know, it won't be for everybody, of course. Odyssey. Yeah, Odyssey, Rob, is what I'm talking about. Yeah, Odyssey was really good. Valhalla quality dropped a bit. Yeah, Valhalla was shockingly different. Like, even the cinematic camera that they had for Odyssey, that was so impressive. Every conversation in the game had a cinematic camera, like in The Witcher 3. It was great. And it was like, yeah, that should be the standard. And then with Valhalla, they like went back 5 years and just forgot about it. It was crazy. Yeah, it was just weird. Mark, thank you for the 5-day question marks of asking Luke to cover updates from PDX and New Europa Universalis. Also, is Paradox the last truly independent studio? Will it last? Truly independent is tough to decipher. I'd say the like truly independent studio is freaking Robert Space Industries. Those guys, they have hundreds of millions of dollars and they don't need any console catering. They don't need Steam. They don't need anybody, and they're still rocking out making hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. It's outrageous. yeah, it's just crazy. As for Europa Universalis, I just don't know much about it, or much of anything about it, frankly. So I really just, I'm really not sure. Wonder how much of that is left. Well, dude, so they've raised $600 million, but Roberts Space Industries, but they're raising more like all of the time. So pledge store support, community development, funding. Look at this. This is why people think that it's like a Ponzi scheme or something, or money laundering. They're up to almost $700 million. Okay. In October, they raised $14 million in a month. November, they raised $28 million in a month. January, less, only like 5 million, 4 or 5 million. Same with February, 4 or 5 million. Maybe like 6 million in March. Again, only like 5 million. Only 5 million in April. But like a lot of these bigger games, they're considered wildly successful if they do like $10 million once. Like, and this game hasn't even come out yet. It's wild. They make ridiculous amounts of money. So it's the most expensive game of all time except for GTA 6. It depends on how you count it. Like, honestly, at this point, over its lifespan, Fortnite might be more expensive than GTA 6. When you factor in like the support teams and the long-term support that they've done on that game and all the different game modes and all sorts of stuff, Fortnite very well could be the most expensive game of all time because they've spent billions of dollars on it. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, Mark, I love Paradox games. I don't know much about New Europa, unfortunately. Logan also, thank you for the 5. Ubisoft doesn't make AC games anymore. They just use AC skins. Mirage was a fumbling attempt, but ultimately mediocre effort. Well, it's a different thing. Like, people, you know, AC games, the tough reality for old school AC fans, even like me, is that the sales numbers spoke for themselves. People weren't interested in old school styles of Assassin's Creed games. They might say very openly that they are, but they don't sell like they are that interesting or that popular. And the open world adventure games sell way better. Way more people, millions and millions and millions of players enjoy those games. And so it's easy for us to be in a bubble and be like, oh, well, those were the days, because I grew up like AC2. I see that game and immediately the butterflies and all the feelings just come over me, and it's great. But it's important to remember that I am not the only person in the universe, and that there are many other people who greatly prefer the current standard, you know. AC2 popped my cherry. Exactly, Logan. Popped mine too. It was busy. So I think it's just different. But I think the new like approach that they're taking is better, because basically what they're trying to do, MS Paint, baby, get those MS Paint emotes in the chat right now, baby. So what they're doing is they used to try to do with like AC Valhalla is a great example. They tried to do like a massive game that appealed to a bunch of different people. So you'd have a little bubble here, and this is maybe the stealth fans. And then you have a bubble of players over here, which are like maybe the open world fans. And then you got a big bubble over here that are like action fans. Okay, and then a bubble over here that are the fans of like roguelike modes, you know, and then you have a bubble over here that like the settlements. And what they try to do with Valhalla is just wrap it all up into one big bubble that was Valhalla, right? And it didn't do any of it really that well. What they're trying to do now is much better. Instead of doing this, they're going to do little bubbles that maybe appeal to a few of these groups at a time. And then you know, they do a standalone release for these guys. Or maybe there's another bubble over here that previously wasn't getting any treatment, the multiplayer fans. So they go over here and they're going to release a standalone game that appeals to them. So they're going to be releasing a lot more projects that are smaller in scope, but are meant to appeal to one specific niche. And I think that that will work way better, but inevitably what's going to happen is you're going to end up with them releasing AC Red, which is going to be a massive open world RPG akin to like Odyssey. And then after that, they're going to be releasing like a co-op game next year, co-op or multiplayer game next year. And people are going to be like, oh my God, they've destroyed Assassin's Creed as a franchise. And then the year after that, they're going to do Hexe, which is like another single player, more linear, dark and gritty game. And they're going to drop that. And people are going to be like, wow, they just can't make up their mind as to what they're doing. They don't know what they're making anymore, when it's all part of the plan. Because people just, I guess, can't read or remember that these games are planned 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years in advance. And so when they release one game one year and then another game the next year, they haven't pulled a 180 since the release of the last one. They've just, like, it's all part of the broader strategy. So I'm buckled up for some of the discourse around Assassin's Creed from non-fans to become painfully stupid. Like, it's going to be such a migraine inducing activity to try and explain this stuff to more casual onlookers, because they're going to be like, well, they just did AC Red last year. What are they doing a co-op game for this year? It's like, they're trying to appeal to people who like that, but they were never trying to make everybody play it. Like, if they wanted to do that, they could just do AC Red with co-op and multiplayer, but they're not, because they want to cater to this group, and then they'll have another game that caters to this group, and they're trying to just get a bunch of pots on the stove instead of throwing everything into one gigantic stew, which I think is a better way to do it, frankly. Because then I don't have to deal with it if I don't like it, right? Let's see. Silver Lightning, thank you for the membership as well. Anyone concerned about Obsidian Studios with Xbox stuff now? I mean, my gut would tell me that Obsidian is a big enough name that they wouldn't just shut them down if they struggle a little bit or if the metrics don't line up. But then again, I thought the same thing of Tango Gameworks. And this, I mean, that's ultimately the problem, is that they just, nobody knows who's safe because there's no clear guidance or explanation. Like, as we'll talk about here in a second, Matt Booty said, who's the Xbox Studio boss, he told staff in a like town hall meeting, he said Xbox Studios needs smaller award-winning games one day after closing Tango Gameworks. And he said, that's the key. We need smaller games that give us prestige and awards. It's like, dumbass, that's exactly what that was. And you closed them. Like, what are you talking about? Like, either they are just so disconnected that they don't see what they're saying, or they're just echoing a script they got from a PR firm or something. It's just baffling. It's genuinely shocking. You know, it would be like closing down Naughty Dog from Sony, and Sony's like, yeah, we just need studios that make us Game of the Year contenders and like linear single player games with high cinematic value. It's like, what are you talking about? That's exactly what it is. It's shocking. Shocking. Stefan, thank you for the $10. Ooh, very generous. Xbox and Sony should come together on a Game Pass 50-50 split on ownership. Sony, huge library, and they have 120 million Sony users. 120 million Sony users. Both need to agree not to do day one releases on Game Pass to help studios. There's no way it would ever happen. I mean, Jim Ryan experimented with sort of a Game Pass competitor in the form of PlayStation Plus for a bit, and then they walked it back because I think they just realized we're going to hemorrhage so much money doing this, and we could just be more profitable if we were to just drop really good games like twice, 3 times a year and charge $70 for them. People will buy it. Easy. Easy. So, and the reason why Xbox seemingly hasn't done that is because they struggle so much with getting consistently high quality games out the door that they don't want to releasing quality games to make their business model work, which is really telling. Like, if Xbox were able to drop with all of their studios, if they were able to drop 4, 5, 6 times a year, amazing 10 out of 10 games or 9 out of 10 games or 8 out of 10 games that people pay full price for, they would without a doubt be the most successful console. Like, zero question. It's a matter of fact. If they were able to do that, they would be the top dog. The problem is they can't, and they've tried. And so they've pivoted where now they're going to go for consistent revenue streams in the form of Game Pass. And Game Pass excels specifically when there is a steady flow of games that appeal to niches and keep them tied into it and keeping their subscriptions. So you're disincentivized from pursuing the highest quality games, and instead you're encouraged to chase more niche games that drop and give value to the service in the short term. Yeah. Let's see. Also, thank you, Slasher Veils, for subbing on Twitch, my friend. Thank you. JJ, thank you for 17 months. Ooh, baby. Say what you want about Ubisoft and their handling of AC, but at least they're doing things with the IP. Looking at you, Bethesda. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Say what you will about Ubisoft, but they have an IP people like in the form of Assassin's Creed, and they're going to give you 15 games that appeal to all different little niches of the gaming industry and just flood you with opportunities to play those games. It's going to be overwhelming, frankly. So, I mean, it's a very different approach, but it's also, I mean, Ubisoft is basically what are they worth? Like last I checked, I think it was 14 billion, but market cap. Oh yeah, it's not anywhere near that. Oh baby. Oh baby. They're worth 2.83 billion euro, which is roughly 3 billion USD. Oh baby. Ooh. So yeah, if you go back 5 years, I think yeah, I must have been looking at it back a couple years ago. But I mean, it's basically a $3 billion company that pumps out mainly one franchise. That's their moneymaker. And now I guess they have Rainbow Six, and Rainbow Six has been really, really popular. Well, actually, this is 1/5 ordinary shares. Hold on. This is the thing. These ADRs make it so freaking tough to find out what the actual values are. Where's the French? No, maybe it is adjusted. Basically, for foreign companies that are trading in the US, you use something called ADRs, which are American Depository Receipts, and they allow you to trade international companies on local stock exchanges, basically with a piece of paper that's meant to represent a share of that company that's traded in France or the EU or whatever. And usually it's fine, but sometimes they do stupid stuff where it's like, this is worth 1/5 of a share, this is worth half a share, and it's just needlessly complicated, but it looks like it's adjusted, so I think it's fine. Let's see. Thank you all for being so generous today. My goodness. Let's see. Snowman, thank you for the 10. My goodness. Hey, Luke, what are your thoughts on Arkham Shadow? I find the decision to make a VR Arkham title after the failure of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League bold, if not baffling. P.S. I'm new to the channel. Love your stuff. Thank you, my friend. Again, it's important to remember that these things were probably in the works before the release of Suicide Squad. So chances are they greenlit this VR project like 1.5 years, 2 years ago with MetaQuest and everything. And when they did that, they probably were still hopeful that Suicide Squad would be a big success and that people would be like, oh, I loved Suicide Squad. I'll try the VR game because I love that game so much and I play it every night with my friends. Chances are that's about when this was greenlit. So after the flop of Suicide Squad, it does look really out of touch, but I think it's important to remember that it was probably greenlit well before that. That being said, it's probably going to be fine. I mean, MetaQuest has some amazing games, frankly, and it's a ridiculously impressive piece of tech. If you've never used a Oculus Quest 3, seriously, it's outrageous. I have one down there. It's charging. I freaking love it. It's stupid impressive. Way better than the Vision Pro, in my opinion. So very, very impressive, but it's not for everybody. It is by definition a hyper niche product, and people who have an Oculus Quest 3 are probably going to buy it and have a great time with it, and it'll be fun. Just like we did with that other VR Batman thing they did back in like 2016. But that's about it. That's about it. It's frustrating, but it at least shows that the IP isn't totally dormant. Like they're at least doing something. Maybe if that does really well, they greenlight like an official something or other on consoles. Who knows? I'm skeptical about any piece of hardware or software that's produced by Meta. Oh, for like privacy reasons. I think that's fair. They certainly have a rough track record with it, but I think in terms of the hardware and what they've put forward at the price point they have, it's freakishly impressive. It's like ridiculous. Let's see. Spec Ops, thank you for the 20. My goodness. What's up, Luke? Two things. What's the instrumental in the beginning? Second, Clothing Machine is coming in 3 weeks. Let's do some free design, see what people like. Hell yeah, brother. I think that'd be awesome. That's sick. Instrumental in the beginning. Can I just share the full? There's this one. Where is it? Here. There's this one that I've been vibing out to during the pre-show. I'll share it in the chats real quick if anybody wants to check it out. It's very good. It's very good. I'm not sure if that's the one you were talking about specifically, but that's the one I'm vibing to recently. But yeah, I mean, hell yeah. I'd love to do some designs and t-shirt stuff. And thank you for the 20. Very, very generous. Let's see. Mr. Steel Yo Kill, thank you for the 2. Would you say Game Pass is bleeding out Xbox? They insist it's profitable. I think there's a world in which Xbox can be good for gamers and good for the industry, in the sense that they could give people, like Pentiment, for example, they could allow studios to make niche games that normally wouldn't get made. Pentiment would not exist if it were going out into the open market, because it's so niche and so expensive to make. It was never going to appeal to a mass market. And the idea was always that Xbox was saying that they could cater to those fans of those niche games and give them that value in Game Pass, because they could absorb basically the lack of profit or lack of revenue those games take on with the rest of the portfolio, which is super, super cool. The problem is, it seems like that wasn't true, as we've seen with the closure of Tango Gameworks. So if it is true, and maybe Tango Gameworks was a very specific thing, and maybe they're like, they just haven't told anybody, but they're like, yeah, we had to close the studio because we found out that there was a chinchilla fighting ring being run out of the basement of the office and we had to shut it down. If that's what's going on, fair enough. Fair enough. I would say tell us that. But at the very least then, you know, it wouldn't be that they just turn tail on their, like a very successful studio. As far as I can tell, there is some piece of the puzzle we're just missing. And what's weird is that they just won't say what it is. But it doesn't make any sense for them to close Tango Gameworks unless there was like a massive hole in staff, unless there were, like, there's just gotta be something else. Something else. And they've hinted at it. There was that one interview they said where they were like, yeah, we wanted to realign our studio goals and we wanted to make it easier to manage studios across our multiple divisions. And it's like, so you closed down the only Japanese studio you had. So maybe that's what it is. Like, it sounds terrible, but it seems to me relatively possible they shut down Tango Gameworks just because it was in Japan, and managing a Japanese studio while managing studios in the US and Europe was just gonna be too much of a headache. So they're like, yeah, whatever, we'll just shut it down. It sounds ridiculous, and it frankly is for a $3 trillion international company, but seemingly that is a real possibility, because ZeniMax executives that were talking about the town hall meeting they had, they were like, yeah, we just wanted to do that. But there's something off. There's just something weird, something missing. Oh yeah, that is funny. In case you guys missed it, yeah, that was pretty funny. Where is it? No, it was Phil Base in Fallout 76. Dude, seriously, the search function on X is like really broken. Yeah, this was just funny. So fans started nuking Phil Spencer's base in Fallout 76. Because he has a public persona. It's P3, that's his Xbox account. People will stumble into him while playing games and stuff. And so they started nuking his base whenever he logs on and starts playing. Which is a little funny. It's a little funny. Like, what a hilariously clever way to protest decisions from the executive of Xbox. Just screw with him in the games that he plays. That's brilliant. You know, it's just freaking funny. It's just funny. They had him before the memes? Apparently not. Apparently it was like he was kind of like a celebrity. When he would be found in games, people would like kind of fangirl and be like, oh my God, it's Phil Spencer. And they'd give him free stuff and he'd give them stuff and they tweet about it. And it was like a fun thing, a cool moment of discovery. And I'm sure this stuff happens all the time. Like you know, every big celebrity out there is playing video games. You know that musicians are playing video games. I had a musician, I've actually had a couple, but like in the last month or so, I had a pretty notable musician reach out to me on Instagram and was like, yeah, I'm a big fan. You know, I don't tell anybody that I'm big into like the gaming stuff. But here's my username if you ever want to play. It's like, that's freaking cool. That's freaking cool. But like, you better believe that you've probably played with some giga celebrities before, just not realized it. You know, it's just funny. Yeah, Henry Cavill. Dude, if his usernames ever got out, game over. That would suck. Let's see. Am I gonna review Ghost of Tsushima on PC? Yeah, we're definitely gonna try it. I already have it like set up to try. So that's my hope. I hope it's good. But already, I mean, they're gonna be doing the mandatory login for PlayStation Network that people might not realize. And speaking of pirate software, the Helldivers 2 community was tricked by Sony. Sony declared having a PSN account would be mandatory to play Helldivers 2. The community revolted and trashed the game's review score to 13% positive. Sony walked it back and stated they wouldn't be making PSN mandatory. Declaring victory, the community undid the mass wave of negative reviews, yet Sony did something sinister in the background. They restricted Helldivers 2 from being purchased in all 177 countries where PSN isn't available. They fooled you, and the devs are still fighting to fix it. For those claiming these two actions were not associated and trying to community note me, Sony restricted sales at 22 UTC on May 4th and sent out the notice of walking back the PSN requirement at 4 on May 6th. These actions were 30 hours apart. The wave of downloads started on May 30th, or May 3rd rather, and continued until Sony announced the PSN requirement was dropped on May 6th. You can review this package information via the Steam customer reviews. So, Sony restricted sales on the 4th, which we knew about. We talked about that. And then they walked back the requirement on the 6th. And so he's saying they haven't undone the listing issue. Yeah, they still haven't undone it. So if you live in any of these places, you're not able to buy Helldivers. I just assumed, as I think probably most of us did, you can't buy it in the Vatican. I guess I just thought that most of us, we just assumed they lifted the requirements, they would lift this as well, because this was put in place because of it. I also was told, some of you guys said that it was Steam that limited this, not PlayStation. Was there confirmation of that, or was this done by PlayStation? Because now I feel lied to. Not the Pope. Yeah, the Pope's livid right now. What do you mean I can't play? So I go to Mass, I get back, I kill bugs, then I go back to Mass again. I come back, I kill some automatons. It's like, this is bullshit. Sorry, Lord. Yeah, the fact it's not playable in Japan is also crazy. For a PlayStation game, it's not available for purchase in Japan. I think they did say that there was a localized version in Japan, but it's like a separately listed thing. So I think you still can buy it in Japan, but it's a separate listing. Yeah, Japan has their own. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I mean, it seems odd they have not lifted this, especially if it is in fact the case that they are lifting that PSN requirement. Because there should, now at this point, there should be no reason that this is here. There should be no limitation. Yeah, limiting single purchase, no trading, nothing. Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird. Because they changed it before they walked it back, and they just haven't changed it back. Which is odd. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is weird. Yeah, it's odd that they would do X that pisses everybody off. They announce, okay, we're not going to do X anymore because that pissed all of you off. Everybody's like, yay, hooray, we win. And then they don't change X. They just say they did. Which, like, now they're not technically requiring the login, but they're still punishing people who are in areas where you can't do the login. So it's like, so you don't get your signups and you are still punishing people who can't sign up even though you don't require it anymore? It doesn't make sense. Playdesk, these are Keychron Q6s. Both of them. Love them. It's done because I have a PSN account on console, yet Steam is far stricter with geographical recs, so I can no longer purchase the game on there. Sony must be sweating over lost sales. You would think. I don't know. It was all a ploy to get people to accept the delisting. But why would they delist it? Like, what do they gain out of delisting it? That's the stupidest thing, is it's like, yeah, congrats, you delisted it. Now less people can buy it. Like, honestly, were they making that many sales from the Vatican state? No. Like, let's be honest, no. But the number is probably not zero within like all of those countries, the 177 countries and territories. The number's greater than zero probably, but like, I just don't understand what they gain from it. Doom of Sudan, I have two keyboards because I have two computers running the stream. So this big boy is the computer that runs what's on screen. It runs the gaming computer. And then I have another PC on the other side of the desk over there. That's the streaming PC. And that runs these monitors over here, and it runs the stream. So even as we saw with Starfield, if my PC crashes, the stream can keep going. It's not all running off of one computer. So you have little bit of specialization. All the streaming PC has to do is handle chats and these windows, and then the gaming PC can just handle all this. And it also removes the limitation because people used to complain in reviews and stuff. They're like, yeah, well, your performance, if you're going to talk about performance, it doesn't work because the performance of the game will be worse if you're recording natively on the computer where you're playing. I was like, okay, problem solved. We'll just separate it. Whatever. Yeah, they didn't backtrack the PSN thing. They're just trying to find another way to push it progressively. Yeah, my guess is they'll probably introduce something where it's like there's the premium battle pass requires a PSN login or something like that. They're gonna do something like that, honestly. Wouldn't this be down to Steam to relist? Like, why is it relisted now? Yeah, well, that's where somebody in chat told me when this was all going on. They said that it was Steam that delisted it from those territories and countries because the game wasn't like playable for them, or wouldn't be. That's what somebody said. It seems like that might not have been true if it actually is up to Sony, but it could also be that it's a Steam issue and this is a nothing burger of a story, you know. I just don't know. Again, I feel like there's just chunks of information missing. Speaking of chunks of things missing, massive amounts of money have gone missing from Warner Brothers. They expected to make a lot more money than they actually did, and now they're sad. So let's talk about it. Also, shout out to Akira Light. Thank you for the 10. My goodness. Since they are out of Japan, do you see some big Japanese companies picking up some of the devs from Tango? And if so, who do you think? There's so many dev studios in Japan that I would guess most of them are able to find jobs. So I wouldn't be too crazy stressed about all of it. I mean, I would be stressed about it, but I think that they'll land on their feet. It seems like they're all very capable. Okay, you ready? New segment. There we go. Okay. Warner Brothers CEO Zaslav himself says disappointing Suicide Squad release overshadowed its overall studio's financials, which is a funny way of saying this game was such a flop that it's making all of our financials for our studios look way worse than they actually are, which is bad. I mean, this is basically the CEO equivalent of being like, don't be mad at me, be mad at the game. During a financial presentation, David Zaslav said the studio division, which includes Warner Brothers Pictures, DC, Warner Brothers Television Group, and Warner Brothers Games, and New Line Cinema, saw a decrease in revenues compared to the previous year. Zaslav said this was mainly down to the difference between the successful release of Hogwarts Legacy last year and the, quote, disappointing release of the Suicide Squad game. Quote, Warner Brothers Discovery's great storytelling IP, including Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Superman, and many other parts of the DC universe, are largely underused, Zaslav said. We are hard at work fixing that. It's a core value and key advantage for us. We have the characters and the stories people love and yearn for everywhere in the world in every... Oh, I see. The stories people love and yearn for everywhere in the world. I thought he was saying that they yearned for it in the world. I was like, what? Unfortunately, the studio's Q1 financials were overshadowed by the tough comparison at games following the great performance of Hogwarts Legacy last year and the disappointing release of Suicide Squad in Q1 in our gaming group. Zaslav's comments were later echoed by Warner Brothers Discovery CFO Gunnar Weidenfels, who said the difference between both games' release had led to a, quote, $200 million impact to EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization during the first quarter. The reason why EBITDA is used in business is usually because it gives you a flatter understanding of the performance of things year over year and in different geographies. So, you know, if I'm trying to evaluate the performance of a game, for example, in 2024, and I'm trying to compare it to a game in 2022, taxes might have changed during those times. Interest rates might have changed during that time. And so if I was comparing it after all of that stuff is subtracted out of the profits or out of the revenue to give us profits, it might give you a skewed understanding of how the two things performed. But if you instead look at the raw performance before all of that's factored in, you can get a better idea of how they compare one to one. So a $200 million impact to EBITDA. This could be, I mean, again, it's just very vague, but it's like, it could be that Hogwarts, you know, was up here, and then in comparison, Suicide Squad's down here, so it made $200 million less. To me, it makes more sense if they're looking at, well, it's earnings, so probably is just straight revenues. When did Hogwarts Legacy launch last year? Does anyone remember the release date? When did that drop? Hogwarts Legacy. It was February, like late February, I think. No, February 10th. So they launched pretty damn close to each other. If anything, Suicide Squad, I think, had an extra week or two. Because I'm trying to think, like in the first month or two of Hogwarts Legacy, I think it would have made a good bit more. Based on our counts off of SteamDB and stuff, Suicide Squad maybe made like $50 to $75 million. It's really hard to gauge console performance and stuff, but they probably made, you know, $50 to $70 million on it, but they probably spent like $300 million on it. Either way, there's no way of twisting it. It's a big loss. I mean, it's a big loss. They did not get the money out of this they were hoping for. The game's release was less than ideal, with Weidenfeld saying in February's financial briefing that its sales, quote, had fallen short of the company's expectations. Quote, this year, Suicide Squad, one of our key video game releases in 2024, has fallen short of our expectations since its release earlier in the quarter, he noted at the time. Quote, setting our games business up for a tough year-over-year comp in Q1. They're kind of shielded a little bit. And maybe this was part of the plan for releasing Suicide Squad when they did, because we know that they basically were scheduled, I believe, to release. Did they ever give a firm date? Suicide Squad. Did they ever give a firm date for 2023? Release date trailer. December 23rd. I'm trying to remember. It was originally May 2023. Okay. So if you think about it, they did the little preview in like February of 2023 that was nuked, right? Everybody was like, what on earth is this crap? And they ended up, I mean, it was so poorly received, they ended up basically delaying the game indefinitely, which was kind of crazy, but it happened. So because of that, one thing that actually would make sense now is that they delayed it until the similar time frame as Hogwarts Legacy launched a year later in a separate financial year, so that they could cover up its floppishness by saying, well, yeah, it didn't perform quite to our expectations, but it looks way worse than it actually is because last year we had Hogwarts Legacy, which was so exceptionally good. It just makes this look worse in comparison. Even a really good game and a well-received game would have struggled to go head-to-head against Hogwarts Legacy, which is true because Hogwarts Legacy was freakishly successful, but that might have been a bit of a clever thing. People were kind of baffled, myself included. How on earth are they delaying it a year? What are they going to do during that time? Well, maybe they were delaying it to Q1 specifically so that they could point to Hogwarts Legacy to explain losses away. That could make sense. That could do it. Because otherwise it just doesn't make sense what they were doing. I mean, even then it's still baffling that they delayed it almost a year and have almost no content to show for it. Like, it makes you really wonder what the game would have looked like if it launched in May. Because the game we got almost a year later was still super buggy, had no content. It was just shocking. It was crazy. If it had released in May 2023, I think the plan was to have Hogwarts Legacy overshadow the failure of it because it was received so poorly they pulled it and screwed it up. I don't know, with all this, it's also about just explaining it to investors. Like, you don't want investors to think that you're incompetent or screwed something up that you've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on. So if you can make it sound a little bit better by saying, oh no, it wasn't like a total failure, it just looks really bad because we had such a successful year last year. So you're kind of saying, talking out both sides of your mouth. You're like, yeah, we're so good at it. Last year was so good that yeah, we like it looks bad, but it isn't, we promise, when it really is that bad. But that's the thing, is I just don't know. I don't know if investors are digging that deep into it. Already people are just generally fed up with Warner Brothers, like, as a stock. It's just really, really rough. Okay. Okay, should we talk about some good news? Let's talk about good news, then we'll shift back to bad news, okay? That's just where we are right now in the industry. That's just where we are. Okay. Yeah, they did have Dune 2. That's true. They did have Dune 2. So they did have a hit with a film. And that was big. They got the other Dune game coming relatively soon. So they're working on that. They're working on Harry Potter stuff, you know, the HBO show. Like, they've got some stuff that they're working on, but we'll see. HBO is like the one saving grace for them. Harry Potter fans are also craving new games. If Warner Brothers had made Harry Potter live service game, Harry Potter fans would still buy it, and we want new content in that world. Oh, for sure. And they're gonna do like the live service Quidditch game that they already have talked about, and whether that's successful or not, I don't know, but they're gonna do that, and then they're gonna do Hogwarts Legacy 2 or whatever it's called. Like, they're gonna do all sorts of stuff. We know they're working on a lot of stuff with it. So let's see. This news broke just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about Capcom first. So Capcom. Oh, sorry. News segment. Capcom announced its 7th consecutive year of record results. The Japanese publisher recorded an 11th consecutive year of operating income growth. In its financial results released on Thursday, which covers the year ending on March 31st, the Japanese publisher announced another year of record growth. These results also mark the company's 11th consecutive year of operating income growth. Net sales were roughly $977 million, which is up 21% year over year. Operating income was up 12% year over year. Ordinary income was up 15% year over year. And net income attributable to owners of its parent company was up 18%. That'll do. Capcom's largest earner was Resident Evil 4 Remake, the acclaimed remake of the survival horror classic. It sold 3.3 million units during this financial period, taking lifetime sales of the game to 7 million, which will do. And I mean, you look at the rest of their lineup, they've got Street Fighter 6, they've got Monster Hunter World, which lifetime has sold 25 million copies. They've got Monster Hunter Iceborne, World Iceborne, which has sold 12.6 million copies. For a DLC expansion to sell that much is crazy. Dragon's Dogma 2, which has sold 2.6 million. It's freakishly successful. But I mean, you look at this lineup and like all of this has popped off. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy even sold 1.2 million. Like, Jesus, dude. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So Capcom has just been killing it. I mean, they ain't missing. They ain't missing. They've got Dragon's Dogma, they had Street Fighter, they had Resident Evil 4 Remake. The Resident Evil remakes in general have been received really, really well and done well. And they've got games that are coming in the future that people are also super stoked about and very much excited for. We're getting Monster Hunter Wilds relatively soon. So like maybe in the next year or two, probably more like the next year, honestly. So we're getting that, and that's going to be freakishly huge and successful as well. So they've just been killing it. They've been killing it. And it's actually caused a bit of drama because I know like Square Enix has been looking at them and comparing themselves to Capcom. They've been like, what are we doing wrong? Because Square Enix has basically had the opposite. Square Enix has big games like a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that are very, very impressive, but that just are not performing the same way. They're not performing anywhere near at the same levels. And it's quite frustrating, I think, for them, because it should have been a huge success, you would think, with how impressive it is. But it's just, they've reportedly really struggled recently. And what it seems to be is, let's see. What it seems to be is that Final Fantasy has a very devoted fan base, but the group of people that you normally need to appeal to, that are more casual or more on the outside, they just are really struggling to pull them in. And we've seen this, you know, I see it in my day-to-day life with people that, you know, you just talk to anecdotally. There's lots of examples of it, but Final Fantasy is a huge franchise, but it doesn't have a lot of broader appeal where it pulls new people in. And that's the struggle that they currently have, is just that people hear Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and they're like, it's part 2 of a remake of a like 30-year-old game, and it's the 7th one. So like, do I need to play the other 7? It's just so much. It's so much. It's very daunting for new players. And I think fans of Final Fantasy games kind of struggle to relate to it, because it's like, no, you don't need to play those other games. You can play Final Fantasy VII by itself. You don't need to do any of that. Like, yeah, and even if you didn't play the original, you can enjoy 7 Remake and Rebirth and all that. But for somebody completely on the outside who has never touched one of these games, it is intimidating. It just is. And I think they're learning that, unfortunately, the hard way. And it's a tough nut to crack, a tough problem to solve, because it's like, how do you go about fixing that? Do you go about fixing it by like streamlining the games to the point where they don't even resemble Final Fantasy? I don't think anybody would love that. Do you try to do smaller in scope projects that aren't numbered, which are like Final Fantasy VII, like Mountain Goat, whatever it is, and it's just like a smaller, more linear game that's meant to introduce people to the franchise? I think that's probably the best route to go, but it's just a tough problem to solve. Meanwhile, Capcom's coming out swinging with remakes of Resident Evil that are winning people over. I also think that a straight remake is a better route to go than a 3-part remake of one game. I understand it's massive and they've expanded it a lot, but the sales numbers for Rebirth have shown that like the people who played Remake was about here, and the people who played Rebirth was like just about the same, if not a little bit lower. And you would expect it to grow as you do new releases, right? But it's because a lot of people are either waiting for all of the pieces of the remake to be out and they'll play it all at once, or they're looking at it and they didn't play Remake and they just say, I don't want to start here, like start in the middle of it. No, I'll just wait. And a lot of people do that. Imperium, thank you, my friend. 5 gifteds. Wowa, wowa. Wowza canowza. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, thank you. And welcome everybody who just got a membership. Also, Outsider Jess, thank you for the super chat as well, my friend. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, with all of it, it's just Capcom's been killing it. I think with consistent quality, their games have mass market appeal, and they don't have the same like intimidating factor. Dragon's Dogma 2 appealed to a lot of people who had never played the first Dragon's Dogma, and like I didn't connect with the original Dragon's Dogma, but I loved the second one. That was great, and it's performed very, very well. And so I think people are just, Square Enix has to come up with a way to make games more approachable to people who are not familiar with the franchises. And it's always the struggle for these companies, because you can make something that is 100% fan service or 0% fan service, right? Like you can either make something that totally is meant to cater to the current fans, or do something that's trying to appeal to a totally new group of players. And the problem is a lot of companies will lean too heavily into new players, and then their current ones get frustrated and pissed off, and so they're unhappy and very outspoken. But then it can spin the other way, where if you lean too hard into catering to your current fan base, you don't grow at all. And it's just the same group of people that you're catering to. It's kind of like the same balancing act Ubisoft has struggled with the old school Assassin's Creed fans versus the new ones. There are a lot more new Assassin's Creed fans than old school fans. And that's just plainly a fact of the sales numbers. The current trilogy, or I guess most recent trilogy of Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla has sold significantly more than like all of the previous games, maybe even combined. I'm not totally sure off the top of my head, but they've sold very, very well. And people still play them and are obsessed with them. They love them. But not a lot of old school AC fans were playing those and enjoying those newer ones. And so Ubisoft has had to try to come up with a balancing act of how do we cater to both sides. And what they've done is now they're just going to be releasing more games, some which are meant to cater to the old school fans and some that are meant to cater to new fans and new demographics of fans. And I think that's probably the better route to go. I think if Square Enix, for example, were to take a page out of that book, they would be doing like the big Final Fantasy games that the old school fans will love, but then they also do smaller projects that are maybe more appealing to outside groups. But I mean, either way, it's good to see Capcom seemingly is doing great. Square Enix is struggling and it's probably gonna have to do some reinvention to figure out how to get things working right. And then Ubisoft has an interesting strategy, but they are pursuing it in a way that I think is going to have a lot of growing pains and probably piss a lot of people off in the process. Which leads us to our next segment, which if you're watching this as a stream clip, I guess go look at that video because we're going to talk about Assassin's Creed and a leak from Jonathan that should be very concerning to everybody. So buckle up. Yeah. Would Square Enix have more success if they kept their Western IP? I don't know. I think it's just been clear that the Final Fantasy franchise, people are familiar with it, but it's too daunting for a lot of Western gamers to take the plunge. And that's, it's the same thing with like Dragon's Quest or whatever, where there's like 35 games or something crazy and they're all 100 hours long. And it's like, yeah, they're great games, but it's, even though they're massive and huge and people love them and very devoted fan bases, they still, like, it's just too much. It's too much. So I think if they made smaller games, maybe in like the 15 to 20 hour range that are more linear narrative with the production quality of like 7 Rebirth and those games, I think those could be really successful and potentially win over new audiences and introduce them to the franchise. But instead they just keep swinging for the fences with these massive ones, which I think is always going to be tough to do. Okay. So let's touch on this. Let's touch on Deus. Didn't they sell the Tomb Raider IP and a bunch of other franchises for a ridiculously low price to Embracer? Yeah, they did a bunch of stuff like that. And I don't know why. Maybe they were like, we just aren't good at the Western IP. Like, who knows what they were thinking with that. I think that was a mistake. But also, if you forget, Square Enix... Let's see. So... Oh, God. This is way newer than I thought it was. Does anyone know? So there's... Okay, let me... How do I frame this? Square Enix has struggled for a long time. I don't know if this is a standalone segment or not, Jacob, so I guess you just be the judge of it. Square Enix has struggled to find its footing and like innovate and appeal to new players and turn profits and all that. But in months and years past, they've pursued various other like weird things to try and get quick and easy profits, and it's just been all over the place. So like famously, the president of Square Enix talked in like 2022 and 2023 about a desire to pursue new monetizing strategies and new ways of branching out into more profitable ventures and stuff. And one of those things that he was interested in doing was NFTs. Now, NFTs are something that have been roundly mocked by everybody on planet Earth. Like, one of the most easy ways to get everybody to laugh at you is to say that you're really into NFTs. Instantaneous, like, everybody will refuse to be your friend. Like, it's worse than crypto bro. Like, it's a level below crypto bro, and even below like MLMs, when somebody's like really into those. But thankfully, we've mocked them so much that a lot of companies have pretty much walked it back and are not really pursuing it, at least not in the same way that they used to. So for example, Ubisoft Quartz was an NFT platform that they poured a lot of money into. By some reports, they spent tens of millions of dollars on this, if not like $100 million on it. They poured a lot into it. And the idea was like, oh, you buy an NFT, which is a skin for a weapon, and you can transfer that skin to another game that you're playing in their library. And so it all kind of spreads over. It's going to be this whole big thing. But you see that this is copyright 2021. Like, they have not updated this in a while. And you also notice there's a big empty panel here. And I'm pretty sure at one point this was supposed to be Assassin's Creed Mirage, because Ubisoft also did NFTs for Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed NFTs. And I know because these guys approached me and asked me if I wanted to do ads for them. And I said no. But they were like these statues encased in like a clear resin. Honestly, cool little statue. I like that. But you see a little barcode on the back. And the barcode was supposed to be the NFT that tied a digital token to the physical collectible. So you'd have both. Which to me, I'm already like, well, the physical collectible is like the one in a, like it's one of a kind. Like, well, what? It just doesn't make any sense. But this was like one of the big pushes that they were doing, and it ended up just kind of dying out. You see, this was May 2023. A little bit later, they eventually launched these, and they just kind of went away. And Mirage also ended up releasing without any of this stuff, and it was fine. It was whatever. But it was part of like a broader confusing thing, because when they first revealed Assassin's Creed Mirage, it had an adults only rating on screen during the like presentation, and they said that that was a mistake, which is a little weird. Like, how is that a mistake? And when they looked into it, they said it was because of real life gambling that was in the game. And so trying to put pieces together, I was like, it sounds to me like maybe they had an NFT system in the game where you could buy NFTs and then you could like gamble with them through like maybe a gacha game or through something like that. That's what it seems like to me. And maybe they decided to pivot off of that and they cut it out of the game, thankfully, and so it didn't end up actually being there, so the game wasn't actually adults only. But it was just very weird. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with all of that. However, I was like, okay, even Ubisoft seemingly has dumped the NFT game because they realized it's just not a viable path to go. But Square Enix, who needs to figure out their crap because they've been struggling recently, even with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, even with all that stuff, they're still kind of struggling to find their footing. So I was like, surely they've walked away from NFTs, right? Right? I Googled it. Everyone in chat, tell me, when do you think the last time was that they were openly discussing NFTs and Web3? When do you think the most recent time was? Do you think it was a year ago, 2 years ago? Because it's a hell of a lot sooner and more recent than I thought it was going to be, honestly. Like, oh baby, it's concerning. So they've talked about it vaguely a handful of times, okay? In the last like month or two, they've kind of put it around, but they'll usually say it very vaguely, where it's like, yeah, we're pursuing new monetization strategies. We're pursuing new ways to give our players things that they appreciate. And like all of that is just a coded way of saying NFTs, right? But the last time they very like openly discussed it was back in March. And in March, there was like a series of announcements, specifically that they were making new deals with Web3 like NFT companies. So this article is from March of 2024, where they outline Final Fantasy developer and publisher Square Enix has partnered with Web3 games platform Hyperplay as it aims to explore new avenues with the Web3 gaming realm. While the exact size of the investment remains undisclosed, Hyperplay have announced that they will use the funds to expand and scale its game store, as well as add more platforms, stores, and entertainment features in future updates. As part of the collaboration, Square Enix's Symbiogenesis, an art experience centered on digital asset ownership and powered by MetaMask, will debut on the Hyperplay storefront. Let's see, the GM, Hideaki Uehara, general manager of investments at Square Enix, says the investment and partnership is, quote, very exciting one, and in which, quote, the Hyperplay team has built an extraordinary product for improving the distribution of games and creating new business models that are more beneficial for game developers, which just means that they can charge you more and make more money off of you. Despite a slowdown in the blockchain and Web3 investment, Square Enix remains committed to its plans, showing confidence in these nascent technologies. This investment and partnership also coincides with a renewed effort from Square Enix executives to update the company's organizational structure, aligning it with the needs and possibilities arising from blockchain, Web3, and AI. Can you fit more buzzwords in this paragraph, please? I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough. Wow. Quote, we believe many of the greatest problems originate from the legacy distribution platforms which prevent game developers from fully leveraging what Web3 has to offer, said Hyperplay founder Jacob C. ETH. Jacob C. Ethereum, basically. Wow. Ladies and gents, if you're ever going on a date with somebody and they introduce themselves as Jacob C. ETH, and that's how they want themselves described publicly, run away. Run away immediately. Like, if I didn't know better, I would think that this was like a parody article or something, but no, this is serious. Can I actually Google this? Who is this guy? Oh, don't actually like try to go to the website. Jacob C. ETH. Dude. Here he is. Fighting the SEC. Oh, dude. Oh, this scares me. This scares me. This guy just got a big partnership with his company, probably in the realm of millions and millions of dollars from Square Enix, and you've never heard of him. As builders in the gaming space, we understand the importance of enabling new business models for gaming that align the incentives of players and developers to enable a sustainable pipeline of quality games. Whatever that means. With Square Enix now on board, the Final Fantasy maker has once more proven that it sees the way ahead as embracing blockchain and Web3, despite surprise among its more hardcore gaming fans. Right now, it seems like they have a point to prove and are eager to reclaim their position at the top by differentiating themselves from their rivals and traditional expectations. Dude, this is the most like I was going to use a bad word. This is a very cringy way of writing an article. This is a puff piece if I've ever seen one. My goodness. Square Enix is now the latest company to invest in Hyperplay after the platform previously secured $12 million Series A round led by Griffin Gaming Partners, Bitcraft, and Delphi, with support from Consensus and Game 7, among others. Who are these people that are throwing money into this? This is crazy. It's got to be like 80-year-old dudes who are like, oh, yes, I've heard of the Bitcoin. You're telling me I could make the Bitcoin money? Ooh, take my money. Yes, sounds great. What? Let me go put on my tidy whities and my white socks that go up to my thighs. Dilly dilly. I'll go talk about the good old days while eating pudding. It's just genuinely shocking that they are so out of touch. They're willing to pursue that. But it starts to explain, I think, Square Enix's broader problems recently, which is that they seemingly are out of touch with the broader gaming community, which is why they continue to double down on things that haven't worked. They've struggled finding a way to appeal to new gamers. And I'm not like a millionaire executive or anything, but I think I could give them like broad strokes ideas of how to maybe appeal to a new group of players. Like I said, smaller, more linear experiences with high production value. Sony has demonstrated have a really good ability to attract new gamers and introduce them to IP that they maybe were not exposed to before. And that would be an easy way to at least start on it. It would be cheaper than putting out a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and just hoping that it's successful. Like, it would work way better, I think. But then you see that this, like, the executives at Square Enix are so out of touch that they're still in 2024 pursuing NFT stuff. Like, that's horrifying. That's horrifying. Like, it's shocking. So I think they're going to continue to make stupid mistakes like this. And you're probably going to see them try to introduce NFT stuff in coming months and years to other Final Fantasy IP and other stuff that they have. Because if they're still pouring money into it now, and they haven't really done a lot with it, just wait till they do. Just wait. Ghost of Tsushima was removed from the 170 countries on Steam that don't have access to PSN. Oh, really? Hold up. Let's see. Let's see, I'm not seeing anything from there. Is it... Where did you see it reported? Oh, wait, here. SteamDB just posted it. SteamDB. Breaking news, new segment, breaking news. Holla to the homies, NFTs and hashtags, dab, dab, dab. Okay. Now that I have your attention. Unsub. Helldivers 2 purchase restrictions were updated to add the Baltics. Furthermore, Ghost of Tsushima now has the same purchase restrictions. You can no longer buy Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut in any of these territories where you cannot sign up for a PSN account. It was known that you would not be able to play the multiplayer without a PSN account. But we all still thought that you'd be able to buy it and just play the single player stuff. I don't think anybody knew that this was the case, that they were delisting it from all of the, that's very surprising. It might be a Steam policy, frankly, where if it's like, no, if they can't access the full game because they can't make a online account to play the multiplayer component, you can't sell it on our platform to these people because they'll only be able to buy half the game, but at the same price everybody else is paying. Maybe that's what it is. It's a Steam policy to protect consumers so they don't buy half a product thinking they're getting the full thing. I don't know. But either way, this does feel like it is, at the very least, it was extremely misleading when Sony was like, oh no, you'll be able to play I think it was Sucker Punch actually. But when they said that you'll be able to play the single player, just not the multiplayer without making an account. They didn't say that they would just not be purchasable in any of those territories. Now, some people are like, this guy, Sony, single-handedly butchering their sales profit. Realistically, and this is why Sony, I'm sure, can get away with it in terms of revenues, like we said earlier, how many people in the Holy See, the Vatican City state, how many people there are buying Ghost of Tsushima? Probably not many. In Guinea, in Ghana, in Afghanistan, in Botswana, in the Solomon Islands, in Samoa, like Philippines is bigger, but like in these groups, in the grand scheme of Sony's international business, it probably is not statistically that big of a hit, which is why they can think to themselves, it's not that big of a deal, so we'll just delist it there, whatever. But there's still a lot of people out there that would love to play these games that now just can't. I mean, the point is the number's not zero within these groups. It will be now if they can't buy it, but the number of players in these areas that would like to play this is not zero. There's certainly people out there around the world that would like to be able to play it and now can't because Sony has this arbitrary rule for a PSN account. And it just seems so stupid to me that they're doubling down so much on this, because all the bad PR, all of the rage about it, like at the end of the day, it's like I've said before, perception is reality, and that's what you have to deal with. They're basically trying to force players into making PSN accounts so that they can boost PSN account signups and numbers and take that to investors and be like, look, see, our online platform is growing. We have more players than ever, and they can use that to send out email notifications and advertising stuff. I'm sure there's a kickback on the back end for it, but I don't think they're making more money from it on this with this drama. I think this drama is not worth it at all. Like it just doesn't make any sense why they would be doubling down on it. And I'm sure like behind closed doors, they're saying, yeah, so people in Gambia can't buy our Ghost of Tsushima director's cut. And they're like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal, whatever. I'm sure that's what they're saying behind closed doors. But when you're delisting it from all of these countries to get some email addresses, because they could just totally turn it off. Nope. When you're playing on PC, you use Steam's platform to do co-op and multiplayer stuff. You don't need to use the PlayStation Network. You can turn off cross-platform play, keep it all segmented and separate. Do that, which honestly you probably should be doing for cheaters a lot of the time anyways. It just doesn't make any sense, especially because the multiplayer component of Ghost of Tsushima is like, it was a little add-on thing they did after the game launched. It wasn't even like a main feature of the game. And they're delisting it from 170 plus countries and territories for some email addresses for that little side mode. Like what? Katie Cat, Japan's on the list because Japan has a bunch of localization stuff they have to do. So for Helldivers, for example, Helldivers 2 also has Japan on this list, but they have a separate version of the game on their platform in that country. So it's like a different listing. So it's available there. It's just this version isn't available there. And that might be true for some of these countries. Maybe in Antarctica, they have a special version that's available there that isn't available elsewhere. Who knows? Maybe they do with some of these countries. But generally, I think most of these just won't be able to access the game or purchase it. So, I mean, all told, I just genuinely don't understand why this is so crucial to them. Why they're willing to go through all of this crap, all the drama for it, when it's just it's for some stupid email addresses. Really like, I would understand if they wanted to die on this hill for, like, say it was for the maybe it's for like a PlayStation launcher where they're like, yeah, we're gonna make 30%, we're not gonna have to pay 30% to Steam, so we're gonna make like 50% higher revenues. So yeah, we'll get some blowback by forcing you to buy it on our launcher, but it'll be worth it in the end. Maybe that's like, that would be a hill to die on because there's so much money on the table. But in this case, it's like, what are you fighting for? You're fighting for email addresses, and probably not that many. Like, their own logic is that this can be delisted here because there's not that many gamers out there that are going to be like buying the game in these territories, so it's not that big of a hit. It's like, okay, so then why are the email addresses that crucial? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing with all this? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Can you VPN it then? Yeah. So there was somebody that went to the PlayStation like customer service portal, and they were chatting with a support person, and they said you can always set your country to one that is on the approved list, make a PSN account, and then play Helldivers 2 that way before it was walked back and everything, which breaks Sony's own terms of service. So if you follow the advice of their own customer service agent, you could have your account banned and shut down. And when that happens, because you broke TOS, they're allowed to shut down your account. You lose all of your digital purchases. You lose all of your accounts. You lose all of your save files. Everything goes away. They got fired. I mean, honestly, they probably should be if they were telling people to break their own company's terms of service. Can't be that competent. But all told, but it just represents a broader unpreparedness for this drama that was easily foreseeable. Just the simple question of, well, what happens to all of the people that live in countries where they can't make a PSN account? They had no answer for days and days and days until eventually it was just unlisted, and it seemed like, oh yeah, if you bought Helldivers in any of these countries, yeah, you'll just lose access to it. Sowie. They apparently just hadn't considered it or thought about it. It was ridiculous. It was stunning. I just genuinely don't know why this is worth it. Webimer, Sony continues to gatekeep its games. Before they did so with exclusivity, now with regional restrictions. It's almost as if they want their games to get pirated day one in over 170 countries. It is kind of like that. And again, like I've said since this news initially broke, as somebody that lives in Colorado in the US that has a PlayStation and a PSN account, for me, this is not a big deal. If I saw the pop-up and it was like, oh, just connect your PlayStation account, I would just log into it, which is what I did when Helldivers 2 launched, because at launch, they required those logins, which I connected my account to it. And then later, a day later or something, they removed that requirement because it was causing server queue issues and all sorts of stuff. But for me, it wasn't that big of a deal. I just logged in and then moved on with my day. But again, perception is reality. The perception for the broader market is that they just don't want these gates put in place. And it seems ridiculous to unlist a single player game, a vast majority single player game, to unlist it in 170 countries because they can't sign up for a PSN account for the multiplayer mode. That's just stupid. It's just ridiculous. And what could Sony possibly get by requiring that account in Ghost of Tsushima? Why wouldn't they lift the requirement for this game specifically? If it's so crucial for security and stuff, oops, wrong button. If it was so crucial for security and stuff, you would think that they would require it for Helldivers as well. But no, they've lifted that requirement with Helldivers, supposedly. So just no part of it makes any sense. It seems like they're dying on a hill for no reason at all. And it's just a waste of time and money, and people are going to get pissed about it. And we'll see. I mean, I when I tried the game, I'm going to boot it up and see if they immediately prompt me for the PSN account. If they ask me only when I try to boot into the multiplayer mode, we'll see. But it's weird. Must be a huge investor in it for personal data or something. Yeah. My guess is this just reeks of executive that wants that number to go up and doesn't look at the Steam performance, isn't that interested in it, but it's the executive leader of online services or something, and he's just looking at yep, no, just make that number go up so it requires signups on the game, whatever. And then if there's a country where they can't do it, just delist it there. It's probably a small country anyways, and then they just move on with their day and they don't think about it. And that to me is what it seems like. Because nobody that's in the trenches would go through with this. And what this really sucks for are the people that are working their butts off on these ports, on these games. They're doing nothing wrong. This is a Sony decision that they're just making totally out of touch. And I think the broader sentiment is, again, you can't treat PC gamers the same way you get away with treating console gamers. Okay, console gamers have a certain tolerance for being kind of pushed around and forced to do things, because that's just what you get when you're on somebody else's platform. PC is kind of like the Wild West. People expect a certain amount of freedom and flexibility, and if they don't want to give you their email address to play a game that they've already bought, They shouldn't have to give you their email address because they've already bought the game. Like, that's just where gamers are at. And one thing that PC gamers are really good at is that they tend to, you know, circle the wagons. And once they've decided to die on this hill, they will fight tooth and nail. They will mass downvote your game and they'll make their voices heard, which is what happened with Helldivers. And it seems like with Ghost of Tsushima on PC, they're going to try the same thing over again. They're going to try to introduce it there. And I would not be surprised if when they bring God of War Ragnarok, which reportedly they're expecting to announce for PC later this month, I wouldn't be surprised, even though Ragnarok has no online component, I wouldn't be surprised if they require it there. And they'll just keep trying until people get tired and ignore it and just move on and give up. I think they're just going to keep trying. Because I think, personally, my gut's telling me, I think they're working up to doing their own launcher. Especially if Sony is preparing like all of this crap with their own overlay and all this stuff, and they're planning to bring a bunch more games to PC. It only makes sense that if they're this obsessed with dying on stupid hills, it makes sense that they're going to put out their own launcher and maybe even eventually stop selling games on Steam and stuff like that. That would be my guess. Which again, to be clear, I think is a stupid decision. I think that's a great way. Like, you thought the Helldivers 2 drama was bad? Just wait until they announce that, yeah, we're bringing The Last of Us Part 2 to PC, but yeah, it's only on the Sony PlayStation launcher, which every launcher that's new sucks ass, and it's going to be awful, and it's going to be super slow and sluggish, crash constantly. There's going to be so much crap with it. Just wait. But you better believe they're going to try to do that. Because straight up, it's like the amount of money that is made comparatively is like a 50% increase. Because sorry to do the like high school explanation, but somebody was confused about this in the comments on the one of the previous stream clips. But like, if you have a column and you imagine it split into thirds, okay, roughly 33% each chunk. This block, okay, is how much is being made right now on Steam. Okay, so the black is how much money is actually being made on Steam. The red is Steam's cut. So Sony is looking at that and they're like, ooh, well, if we were to go over here, do our own launcher, we would get to keep this block of money and all of this too. So we would get an extra chunk, which is 50% of our current revenues. And we would just get to add that right up on top. So it would increase our revenues by 50% because we would save 33% roughly. It's actually about 30% by not giving that up to Steam. So just by going to their own launcher, they gain this extra chunk, which is a 50% increase. Which is mighty sexy. Mighty sexy. Yeah, yep, but only that the left one will be smaller overall. But even then, even if you lose a quarter of all your sales and this overall column shrinks by 25%, like let's say it shrinks by like 25%, it's still higher than this one was. So even if you lose some people, you're still making more money. So they can eat a little bit of a blowback. They can eat some losses from gamers that are pissed off. And you're right. Now you have to run your own launcher. You're exactly right. And there's costs associated with that, which I think like Bethesda maybe didn't consider when they launched Bethesda.net. Because it seems like launchers are actually surprisingly expensive to maintain when you factor in like, okay, well, crap, we now have to pay for servers globally to let people download games. We have to have pretty fast servers rented and paid for because these are massive 100 gig games that people need to download quickly. So that's going to be really expensive. Then we have to have an engineering staff. We have to have security teams that are making sure that user data isn't breaking out and getting stolen. Like, it is not cheap or easy to run a launcher. but a lot of companies seem to think it is. And they only learn that lesson the hard way by launching a crappy launcher that sucks ass and takes 5, 6, 7 years to actually get working. The EA launcher still doesn't work. Neither does the Rockstar launcher. It also still sucks ass. And it's been out for what, like a decade? How on earth is Sony going to figure it out on the first go round? Like, they're not. But I'd bet money they're going to try. Because for them, this is too alluring. Especially right now, their margins are really low. Like, just remind you, like, they said right now their margins are at about 6%. And granted, that's company-wide for the gaming division. But imagine, like, out of this big chunk of green, the actual profit they're making is like this much. So for them to get this extra chunk might take that to like this much. It could literally double profits because it would increase margins. Like, that's what we're talking about. Moving the needle a little bit over here can have cascading massive effects on things like profit down the balance sheet. And so I think, you know, this is all like undergrad business stuff. It's not complicated. It's really straightforward. And the guys that are running Sony are like, you know, PhDs in this stuff. They know what they're doing, and they know how to move the equations and variables to make it work. And I would bet, especially because they're showing that they're out of touch with gamers, specifically on PC. And if they're out of touch with gamers on PC, there is no reason not to do it. The only reason you wouldn't try to do your own launcher is because you know the blowback from PC gamers will be so bad that you'll lose probably a lot more than 25% of your sales, honestly. You'll lose a lot, and it'll be a nightmare. You'll have to hire more customer service reps. You'll get, it's going to be bad. Mass downvoting, all sorts of stuff. So for them, if they're already showing they're out of touch with the gamers, there is nothing stopping them from trying it. So just wait. It's probably not revealed this year. It's probably revealed like next year or something. But I would bet a good amount that they're going to try doing their own thing. I think so. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that's my big brain prediction right now. End of segment. Gypsy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Gypsy Danger. Do you think all these acquisitions helped or hurt the gaming industry? Suits are desperately trying to quantify creativity in a way that can be read in spreadsheets, but creativity is nurtured, not pressured. Yeah, I think that's profound. I think more generally, the acquisitions have hurt the industry. And I think that's been seen with Embracer and with Microsoft as well. I think the consolidation of a lot of these creative forces have actually been harmful. The Microsoft one had the potential, or has had the potential to be helpful, because the promise of these acquisitions was that they could come in, buy a studio like Obsidian, let them do a niche game like Pentiment, and foster that. And even though that game would never have seen the light of day if they were like self-published or something, they were able to still put that game together because Microsoft was able to eat the blow of the lost revenues, since it still appealed to people on a niche, in a niche, through Game Pass. So under that premise, it could have been a really, really good thing to land under that $3 trillion umbrella. But now we're seeing, with closures, with inconsistent marketing, with all sorts of things, quality concerns, now we're seeing that there is something odd going on with Microsoft, and it seems like maybe those promises were not kept, or are not going to be kept. So it seems like it was bad. And my stance has always been, like, if I was the almighty god emperor of gaming, I wouldn't let Microsoft come and buy studios for $7 billion or for $70 billion. I think it's just generally bad that somebody can come in with outside money and totally change the landscape of the entire industry. That sucks. In the same way, I think it sucks for like Amazon to come in and just like totally put mom and pop shops out of business more generally, with their outside billions, you know, that they can just stomp you and then raise prices once they've cornered the market. But I'm not the god emperor mankind. But people mistook that because I was saying like, no, Microsoft's going to get the ZeniMax acquisition to go through. Yeah, Microsoft's going to get the Activision Blizzard King acquisition to go through because the FTC is grasping at straws. Like that was always my stance on it, and people mistook me just stating the fact that this was going to go through as me like rooting for it. And I was like, no, it's just pretty clear if you know anything about business that this looks like it's just going to go through. Like, you're talking about a $3 trillion company doing a $70 billion acquisition. This is relatively small potatoes for them, and they have the best lawyers in the world working on it, and they're going to get it across the finish line because they just know what they're doing. Like it's that's how it is, you know. But some people were so like obsessed with the copium and hoping that it wouldn't go through, that it was just blinding their vision. They just couldn't see it. Let's see. Okay. Let's talk about some other rough news, and then we'll get into a funny video, okay? And by funny, I mean like unintentionally funny, but we'll get there. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So, news segment. There we go. Okay. You mean a very cringe video? Exactly. So, yeah, we'll do the EA thing in a minute. Because, yeah, if you're talking about the AI stuff, yeah, I saw Moist Critical did a video on it. But let's talk about this first. So I've mentioned for the last like year, as we've been watching AC Red, I've been keeping an eye on it because AC Red is supposed to be the first big game that they're launching in tandem with the AC Infinity platform. And in case you're not familiar, the Assassin's Creed Infinity platform is supposed to kind of be like Call of Duty HQ, or imagine like when you boot up Fortnite or something and it has all the game modes listed. It's supposed to basically be that. It's supposed to be a platform that will eventually host all of the Assassin's Creed games that you play, whether they're co-op, multiplayer, PvE, PvP, or single player stuff. It's all going to be hosted on that one platform, and they're going to have broader things that apply to all of the games. So for example, you might be able to buy a skin for a character that you could then use in all of the games. That's kind of the vision, is that they can sell you a $20 cosmetic, and then it could be used in AC Red. It could be used in a revamped version of Valhalla. That's one of the premises of it. It's not clear if that will actually happen in the final version of it, but that was one of the like early kind of leaked and rumored features of it. It's supposed to be a broader platform for all of this. And in some reporting that Tom Henderson did back in February, I did a main channel video on this as well. They said a demo footage provided to Insider Gaming under the condition that the footage doesn't go public shows the user going from the Infinity Hub to AC Red within just a few seconds, picking up where they left off rather than having to boot the games up individually after falling back to the hub. Kind of cool. The main focus of the Infinity is a live service offering, which is all told via the modern day story. To start, Infinity will launch on the same day as Red and will contain several features that you would expect from a live service. Quote, the exchange will be the item shop, offering players the opportunity to purchase daily and weekly in-game cosmetics for Red's two protagonists, Naoi and Yasuke. In addition to the exchange, Infinity also has a synchronization feature that allows the player to access quote-unquote projects for each protagonist. To explain them in their simplest form, projects are mini battle passes with a narrative behind them, offering players the ability to earn cosmetic rewards. Projects will be added throughout Infinity constantly, focusing mainly on DLC and new game releases, or even as a means of sustaining player interest during a lack of new content. Okay. It's understood that the current strategy for Ubisoft with Infinity is to release a mainline game. Oops. I spilled my coffee. That I had on the floor for some reason. It's understood that the current strategy for Ubisoft with Infinity is to release a mainline game every 2 years, with smaller experiences in between. Red is scheduled for later this year, with Invictus, which is a multiplayer game, being planned for 2025 next year, and Hexe in 2026. The latter title, penned as being, quote, the darkest Assassin's Creed game ever, end quote, will have a lead female protagonist currently named Elsa for the first time since AC Chronicles in China in 2015. Other things they're working on are the Black Flag remake, Nebula, settings based in India, Aztec Empire, the Mediterranean, Raid, which is a free-to-play 4-player co-op game that's PvE, Echoes, another multiplayer game, and another AC remake, which are all scheduled to release by the end of the decade. So they have a lot of stuff working, but the general goal is to have in-game shops, monetization, and stuff like that all crosses over. This was doubled down on again by Jonathan. Jonathan, if you don't know, is a French YouTuber, and he's got some connections. He knows people in Ubisoft, and he's done a lot of reporting, most of which ends up, as far as I know, all of it, but I'll say most just to cover my butt. But it seems like he's generally very, very accurate. Okay, he's not making stuff up. He knows what he's talking about. He said, and this is translated by Google, but he said, if what I've been told is true, Assassin's Creed Infinity will be quite focused on microtransactions, with a monthly subscription, a bit like Game Pass, which will give access to all the old AC games, not sure about the new ones, future DLCs, one exclusive skin/item per month, etc. It wouldn't be surprising when we see how much Ubisoft has made, made off of most of the paid skins in Odyssey and Valhalla, but this could be worse. He goes on, even if the information is not 100% reliable, I am still giving it in order to cause a bad buzz and push Ubisoft not to venture too far into this area and to possibly reconsider the economics of the platform before its release at the end of the year, even if I have few hopes. Interesting. So he's communicating this in hopes that people see it, get upset about it, and voice their concerns to Ubisoft so that they don't overreach. And here's my commitment to you guys, okay? I don't know if I'll get the chance to play the game. I don't know if I'll get the chance early to see it or experience it. I hope. That would be great, but I don't know. But my commitment is that, like, if I see any stuff like this, I will voice my frustrations if I'm able to, okay? Because sometimes all you need is, like, people with larger or louder perhaps voices to be able to communicate to these companies that, hey, this is not going to go over well if you try to do this. Because what I'm envisioning with this is that players are going to boot up AC Infinity and they're going to be prompted for a subscription for $5, $10 a month or whatever to get access to older games that they probably already own. And I don't know. I mean, the worst case scenario would be if they like unlisted those games on various platforms so you can only get them with the subscription. That would be really toxic, but we don't know if that's going to happen. But like, you can start to see where this could go if they overstep even more, and if it gets even more aggressive, where they could start to really try to strong arm people into getting a subscription for it. And where they start to just like constantly pop up stuff for the battle pass, for different microtransactions, for new cosmetics, all sorts of stuff. It could get really, really annoying. Ideally, it's something that's totally optional, shoved off in another tab, and you can just boot into AC Red, play the game as a single player game, and have a great time. That's the hope. And then, you know, if you really care about cosmetics, you can use those in the multiplayer games that they'll launch, have a good time there, but it won't really affect your time in the single player stuff. That's the ideal, but we all know that generally companies tend to go a little bit further than they thought they could get away with. Then there's blowback and they step back. They still took a step forward, or perhaps a step, you know, too far, but at least it's better than where they were initially, right? So they can try to get away with it. The hope is that that isn't what happens here. The hope is that people can voice their concerns and frustrations the moment this is revealed, and they can avoid screwing things up too bad. that's the hope. But yeah, there's other companies that have done stuff like this. There's, for example, Fallout 76 has the Fallout First program, where they straight up have gameplay altering stuff, where you pay $10 or $15 a month. It ends up being about $100 a year. And in exchange, you get stuff like a limitless stash. You get all sorts of like gameplay altering mechanics, stuff that prevents your food from going bad, all sorts of stuff like that. And it was outrageous when they announced it, but the game was already getting flack. So it just kind of went out there. People were like, yeah, it's another bad thing. And then they got used to it. And now that game has been out for 6 years and it still has Fallout First, and everybody's just used to it. It's baffling. I went back to try Fallout 76 again, and people were in the comments, some Fallout 76 stands, telling me that I was being unreasonable by hating on that because that program is the only reason it's still alive and wasn't canceled. And I'm like, that doesn't change the fact that it's ridiculous to charge $100 a year for a membership that gives you features that should just be in the game anyways. And it's literally pay to win. Like if you don't have that stuff, the game is significantly harder. But if you have more money, it's way easier. It's ridiculous. It's the same reason we all got pissed off at Tarkov with all that stuff, in addition to like the DLC being no longer included in the season pass and all that. But it's just shocking that people are willing to just ignore it and move on, right? Ubisoft will just pay off the big channels that voice their opinions. Well, so let me be clear. It is illegal to, as far as I know, it is illegal in the US at least, for a company to pay somebody to misrepresent a product just by straight lying, paying them for like a review, and they're like, hey, give us a 10, why don't you? Give us a 9, why don't you? You can't do that. It breaks all sorts of FTC disclosure problems. If you were paid to do that, you'd have to disclose legally by the FTC guidelines. You'd have to say, I've been paid to give this game a high review score. Like that's the only way you could avoid breaking those regulations and stuff. And in my experience, the marketing team at Ubisoft is one of the most delightful groups of people that I've ever had the pleasure of meeting and working with. I have been very hard on Ubisoft, as you guys know. I called their last big game Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
I called that game a travesty of open world design. I was pretty hard on it, and I have gotten into debates and arguments with Joel Raptor, for example, over this stuff. I've been very hard on them. And they still will offer me review codes. They still will ask me how I'm doing. When I hit 500,000 subs on the main channel, I got emails from members of their team congratulating me, wishing me the best, and hoping my family was doing well. Like, they're just very nice people. Like, a lot of the marketing teams and the people that are figuring out like how to promote these games, a lot of them don't necessarily love the monetization strategies and all this other stuff, because you're talking about like thousands and thousands of people working on this. Maybe 10 people are responsible for the battle pass systems and stuff and deciding that those are going to be in there. It's unfair to necessarily throw the baby out with the bathwater just because the executives have done something stupid. It's not fair to say that the devs are bad or that the marketing staff is bad. It's not necessarily a given. And in my experience, I think out of anybody that I've ever worked with in the games industry, and I've worked with Xbox, I've worked with PlayStation, I've worked with EA, I've worked with Take-Two, I've worked with like pretty much all of the big players, Capcom, Square Enix, and Ubisoft's approach to creators has been the most healthy and reasonable. When I called, granted, I was aggressive, but when I called Todd Howard evil for Fallout 76, and I said that there's no way I can explain this without it just being evil and scam, like a scam. You knew this game was horribly broken, and you like hid it from players and still sold it to them. Like, it's just evil. It's unacceptable. And they blacklisted me and refused to talk to me for like 5 years. And then after they were acquired, I got a review code for Starfield, and they came around and it was fine. But there's been periods where I've been very harsh towards companies, and then all of a sudden they stop responding. Like when I was very hard towards The Last of Us Part 1 remake. And all of a sudden Sony gets really weird about review codes for Spider-Man 2. And they're like, yeah, well, we'll maybe be in touch. And then they stop responding to emails from me and my team. It's like, okay. So they just all of a sudden stop responding and stop doing stuff and basically blacklist you because you were hard on them, right? And maybe they did genuinely lose my email address. Maybe they did genuinely get it lost in the spam folder or something. Maybe that did happen. But it sure seems like the moment that I stopped giving you super high praise, you started losing my emails, which is weird. It's really weird. But Ubisoft, to their credit, and I will always defend them on this until it changes, Ubisoft, you can call their last big game a travesty of open world design, a total mess. And they will still invite you to a preview event. They'll still offer you a review code, and they'll still give you a chance to try it. And they're hopeful that this time they'll win you over. And that's pretty rare nowadays, unfortunately. So I think it's easy to just be like, nope, they're gonna screw things up. They're gonna, pay people off. As far as I can tell, Ubisoft is not the company to worry about doing that type of thing. Not only could they not do it legally, but also Ubisoft has probably the healthiest approach towards creator collaborations that I've seen. They even, like, when I did that preview thing with Assassin's Creed Mirage, I put in the I told them in the emails, I was like, I'm down to try the game early and do it like an I tried video on it for my audience, but I need to be allowed to say whatever I want to say. If I love the game, I want to say that. If I hate the game, I want to be able to say that. If I hate parts of it, I need to be able to say that. And they were like, absolutely. And they put it in the contract. They're like, you have to be honest. It's in big bold letters on like the task sheet for what we agreed to do for the video. And it's like, your opinions will be stated honestly. You will not say anything you don't truly believe. Everything you say has to be your true and honest opinion. And like, they put it in black and white, literally. And that's something not a lot of companies will do. I mean, a lot of those games and mobile companies that do the TikTok ads, they will try to pay you word for word to say certain things. It's like, yeah, this is the coolest game I've ever played, and the artwork is so crazy cool. I get a chub every time I play. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But Ubisoft has never done anything like that. So I know it's easy to meme on them, and there's lots of things to be upset with Ubisoft over, but that is not one of them. Yeah. I've heard from other creators that Sony and Bethesda are sensitive to honest reviews. In my experience, yeah, I never heard anything from Bethesda fans or from Bethesda employees at the time over my review of it, which wasn't glowing for Starfield. But I did hear from a lot of fanboys, certainly. But yeah, it's with other studios. I think Sony, all I know is that we used to get constantly offered like review codes, and the DualSense Edge, I didn't buy this thing. They sent it to me. It's we've been very, very fortunate in that regard. But when I really was not happy with The Last of Us Part 1, all of a sudden things dried up, and I can't help but wonder if they are related. Because at this point, the channel is probably like 40% bigger than it was back then, if not double the size it was back then. And yet now they're quieter than they've ever been. It's a little weird. It's a little weird, but what are you going to do? I'm calling it now. The PlayStation Showcase this year is going to be a home run. Hopefully. They should have a lot to show. They should. They don't have anything big launching, which is the other thing. They've said already that they don't have any big games launching through this fiscal year. So they probably have God of War coming to PC later this year, and that's about it. They might have the Horizon multiplayer game coming, maybe. But I don't think they have anything. Like, they don't have the next Santa Monica game. They don't have the next Naughty Dog game. They might show something of it, but they don't have any of that stuff yet. Yeah. 'Tis a Yeti. Stanleys are not welcome in Luke's house. Yeah, dude. You think I'm using a Stanley? Who do you think you're dealing with? Who do you think you're dealing with? Yeah. Xbox Showcase going to receive so much hate. Yeah, I'd be braced if I were them. You guys want to know why? You want to know why? Let's see this. Okay. Let me pull up. Is this it? No, layoffs maybe. Okay, let's see. So Xbox president Sarah Bond went on to a Bloomberg panel leveling up the gaming industry. Wow. And she spoke about all of this stuff that happened, and it didn't go great. Sure didn't.
With Bloomberg's Dina Bass.
Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. So I want to start talking about the industry in general. You and Microsoft Games CEO Phil Spencer have been raising kind of the alarm that the video game industry is just not growing, and there's a real need to figure out how to reverse that. What's causing the issue, and how does Xbox turn it around?
Yeah, the last year or so in video games, largely the industry's been flat. And even in 2023, we saw just some tremendous releases, tremendously groundbreaking games, but still the growth didn't follow all of that.
To be clear, growth means year-over-year spending increases and increased like user spend where each individual player is spending more money, those types of stats. If you're looking at like the number of 10 out of 10 games, that certainly grew last year, but in terms of actual spending and like consumer spending across the whole industry, it did drop in the last year, which is why they're freaking out.
And a lot of that's related to our need to bring new players in, make gaming.
I'm sorry I missed these guys. Let's see, Zach. Sorry I missed this a while ago. I got distracted, I guess. So thank you for the $5 super chat. Luke, if only one game director could continue making games and the other had to retire immediately, who would you choose? Neil Druckmann or Todd Howard? Honestly, I'd probably say make Todd retire if I had to pick one of them. I think Neil's got more gas in the tank, and Naughty Dog has made some freakishly impressive games. Well, I don't like everything that Neil does, necessarily. I don't think I like everything that anybody does. I think he's got more to do in the industry before he's done. Whereas I think Todd, he's a bit of a dinosaur in how he approaches things. Might work better as like an executive producer, which is what he's more doing now. But I think it's pretty clear he's had a few swings and misses in a row, and at that point it's like, okay, maybe you've kind of lost the magic a little bit.
More accessible, but
oh wait, there's another one. Sorry, Fearless Wolf, thank you also for the 5. You guys are very generous today. Thank you guys so much. Remember, Ubi is a French company that is heavily regulated under EU tech law. That's why the EU is going hard with lawsuits against Apple and Microsoft. You're right. Yeah, they definitely are much more constrained than US companies necessarily are. So that certainly could be a factor. I don't know how it works, how it spills over, but even people I know that live overseas who are YouTubers and talk and work with Ubisoft's teams over there, they have the same general approach. It seems like there is a surprisingly healthy company culture of taking constructive criticism, even if the games don't seem to necessarily learn from that constructive criticism consistently. It seems like the marketing departments, there's a good culture of take the critiques, but don't punish anybody because they didn't like the game. Like, don't blacklist somebody because they didn't give you the review you wanted. Like, don't do that, which I can appreciate. A lot.
all of that has been happening at the same time that the cost associated with making these beautiful AAA blockbuster games is going up, and the time it takes to make them is going up. And so
just talking too slow, I'm sorry.
So much of our focus as Xbox is about how we do things to help the industry all up, while also ensuring that our brand, everything that we do is there through this moment of transition.
Related to some of the trends you're identifying, earlier this week, Xbox announced the shuttering of 4 game studios. I know you're not the studio's chief, but how should gamers understand that move in terms of Microsoft's commitment to developing innovative exclusive games?
Yeah, it's always extraordinary.
A big question. Big question. She already gave her an out, if you didn't catch that. It's very sneaky of the interviewer. I know you're not the head of the studios. So if she wants an easy out, Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's not a decision that I was making. I wasn't responsible for the ultimate decision at the end of the day. Of course, I stand by our very capable team of executives and leaders, but I think for a firmer idea of what that was, you'll need to speak to Matt Booty, who is the head of studios for us. Easy out. You sort of answered it, but you didn't, and you just dodged it. She gave her an out already. But let's see if she nails it.
Microsoft's commitment to developing innovative exclusive games.
Yeah, you know, it's always extraordinarily hard when you have to make decisions like that. You know, I'll go back to what I was saying about the industry. And when we look at those fundamental trends, we feel a deep responsibility to ensure that the games we make, the devices we build, the services that we offer are there through moments, even when the industry isn't growing and when you're through a time of transition. And the news we announced earlier this week is an outcome of that, and our commitment to make sure that the business is healthy for the long term. But that said, our commitment to having our own studios and working with partners to have games large and small, you know, we're a platform where you can play GTA, but you can also play Power World, where you can play Call of Duty, and you can also play Pentiment. That doesn't change. And frankly, our commitment to Bethesda and the role that it plays is part of Xbox and everything we do. It's actually been pretty fantastic. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to check it out. The Fallout TV show was on Amazon.
Why did you lay off 4 studios? Well, the Xbox, like, you know, we do stuff, and the Fallout show was great, wasn't it? Wow. Okay. I would have just taken the out the interviewer gave you. That would have worked better. I think that would have worked a lot better. It's almost like the interview is trying to help you, because none of these interviews are really about finding out good information for investors. It's about just kind of patting the executives on the head and being like, you did so good. Good job. You're so impressive. The verbiage that is used is like, we're in a transition, the market and industry shrinking, and then also it's always extraordinarily difficult when you have to make decisions like that. I think that's exactly what she said, right? That was the exact phrase. Time of transition, fundamental trends. Yeah. You know, it's always extraordinarily hard when you have to make decisions like that. You know, I'll go back to what I was saying about the industry. And when we looked at those fundamental trends, we feel a deep responsibility to ensure the games that we make, devices we build, the services we offer are there through those moments, even when the industry isn't growing and when you're going through a time of transition. And the news we announced earlier this week is an outcome of that. It's an outcome of being in a time of transition. Okay. What I think this means, time of transition, means we acquired a bunch of studios and we think there's bloat that we need to cut. I think that's what she means. So like Arcane Austin, I think they looked at that, said, we don't think that that's going to be super profitable for us moving forward. We could spend hundreds of millions of dollars revamping it and, you know, rehiring and training and working on another project and all that. We could do all of that, but it's just going to be easier for us if we just cut it and move on. Put that money elsewhere. Okay. Tango Gameworks. I also have a feeling that maybe, you know, they thought that some of the like head honchos that were really responsible for building that studio up, since they've left, they thought that maybe it wasn't as valuable as it was a few years ago. So they decided to cut that. Again, I still think it was a major blunder to shut that down. And I think we're seeing the consequences of it. But because I think Microsoft is used to treating closures and stuff like shutting down a little company you acquired that has 50 people or 100 people that did some software engineering in the middle of nowhere. Like, but it's just different. Like, those companies don't have fans. You know, that's the difference, is that you can, if Microsoft hires or buys out a company that has a bunch of teams all around the world and they say develop software for maybe it's like it's going to be used for Windows Defender or something, and it's software that's used to detect viruses and things like that, and they take that company and they shut down a few teams around the world that have like a total of 500 employees. People like who work there are upset, but nobody is going to be like lighting them up on social media for layoffs. You know, like nobody's going to be doing that. In the games industry, those teams have fans. Those teams have people that wear t-shirts of their logo. Like none of that work. Like it just doesn't follow. And I think Microsoft's hopefully learning that you cannot treat your studios the same way you would treat software teams that are developing something for Windows. It just doesn't work. Yeah, like I said, I'm actually a big fan of the Windows Defender team. They're my favorite, in fact. Can you imagine like walking around like wearing a Windows 11 alpha build team t-shirt? Like, yeah, I love those guys. Did you work with them? No, I just love their work. It's like, what? It would be weird. But like, that's how Microsoft's approaching this. And they just have to learn that it doesn't work. I think, honestly, they said we had to make a decision like that. It's always extraordinarily hard when you have to make decisions like that. And here, knowing Microsoft as a company, I think it's fair to say that the mandate for the layoffs probably came from above them. It probably came from Satya and the CFO, and they were told you need to lay off 8% of staff, whatever it is. Like they were probably told they need to do that, and that was the command from the people higher up, from their bosses. And in a corporate company, any company, when your boss tells you to do something, you have to do it, even if it sucks. And so I think they probably were strong-armed into doing it. Because if they don't do it, someone else is going to come along, take their position and do it. Like that's just how it is. When your boss tells you to do something, you have to do it. And so I think they probably were told you have to fire people. I just think they chose, in the form of Tango Gameworks specifically, I think they chose the wrong team to do it. And I will say, like, people have said, oh, but this is a $3 trillion company and they're laying people off. Cringe. Like, I think that's the stupidest freaking counter to this. And it's because they're a $3 trillion company because they do stuff like this. If they didn't lay people off to keep budgets super, super precisely in line with expectations and investor expectations, they wouldn't be worth $3 trillion. Like, that's why they're worth that. It's because they do stuff like this. People that have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to corporate finance, they'll look at it and they're like, oh, well, they have plenty of money, so they could definitely do it. You're right. They could if they wanted to. But the reason they're worth $3 trillion is because they don't do that stuff. So for them to flip it and then start like, well, yeah, this team isn't profitable, or we don't think we can make money over here. And yeah, our margins are really low, but we're just going to eat it because we're a big company and we can do that. That would cause investors to like lower the valuation. Like that's why Sony's stock has been dropping. Like, I think it's like 12% for the last like year to date, basically. They've lost a ton of stock value because their margins are so tiny, because they've been eating the costs of studios and teams and projects that weren't making money. They like, oh, we tried to make a Last of Us Online game. That totally didn't go anywhere. We lost hundreds of millions of dollars trying to do that. Okay, well, we'll just eat it, right? Microsoft wouldn't do that, which it's probably good that they don't own a company like Naughty Dog, because they probably would have shut them down or something after that. But like, this is the thing, like Microsoft as a corporation has been built up to be a machine that just grows, and it grows at the expense of the people and teams within it often, but to the benefit of its shareholders and stakeholders. Well, not necessarily stakeholders, specifically the shareholders. And so when somebody's like, they should just eat the cost of all of this, it's like, should they? If they're trying to boost stock prices, no, they shouldn't. If they're trying to be better for their employees and like do the right ethical thing, then yeah, they probably should. But like, is anybody really shocked? Shocker, big corporation not doing like necessarily the most ethical thing to boost stock price. Like, I'm surprised this is like breaking news, but there you go.
And it's been great to see people fall in love with that universe, but also what it's done for the games themselves, and people going back and exploring everything that's inside of that. There's some other great things that are coming from our studios later this year. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I was a big indie fan growing up. Looks like you were too. So you should check that out. But really right now for us and our teams, our focus is on the people impacted and doing everything that we can do to help them through this hard transition.
I think one of the things that was most upsetting.
Hard transition. But what is the hard transition specifically? In the context of this conversation, she's only been describing like, it's because we're at a period where the games industry is not growing. It's basically flat. So what are we transitioning to? I guess that's my question. we're coming out of COVID when things grew a ton. And I think that that's more what this is. Like, COVID caused people to spend a lot more money than they probably should have on gaming and on gaming referred like or related peripherals and stuff, because everybody wanted to be a streamer. Everybody wanted to be a gaming YouTuber. Everybody started trying to play a lot more games. And so we saw gaming spend just skyrocket, especially because people were stuck at home. And as COVID has closed down, things have kind of settled down and trickled down. But now they're saying that we're in a transitionary period. Things are changing. And I just want to know what they think it's changing to. In the case of Microsoft, it seems like their approach with Xbox is that they're shifting towards a much more cloud-based future, with xCloud being a main player, which is why a lot of investors are actually not that worried about the console game or the consoles not selling as well as PlayStation, because they see a future in like 10 years when everybody's just going to stream games to their devices. Like, they anticipate internet connections and everything being so good that you're not going to need to download games onto your computers anymore. Like, you'll just, oh, I want to play the new Indiana Jones game. Click, I'm in. Like, that's where they see the future of gaming being. I don't think that will go over too well, because I think they're underestimating how much people value actually owning their games, but we'll see. Yeah, that sounds horrible for preservation. Yeah, that hasn't stopped them yet. I'll tell you what. It sure hasn't.
Both to Xbox gamers and to employees, is that, you know, one of the Shuttered studios in particular just created a hit game, did really well on Game Pass in terms of engagement, and won a ton of awards. Shouldn't succeeding in that way ensure the future of a studio?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. And my stance on all this has just been that I think, even if it is the case that some executives within Tango Gameworks or people that were responsible for making that studio really good back in the day, even if those people left, they just put out your best game of 2023, according to critics, and you shut them down. And that message, what like the message that sends to all the other studios through your whole team, is that you can make the best game of the year and we'll still close you down if we just decide that we don't think you have enough potential or you didn't make enough whatever it was. And it's not even clear what the metric was that determined it. But that sends a message to the rest of your teams that there is no stability here. You can make the best game of the year and still lose your job. And that's no way to buy loyalty. That's no way to get anybody wanting to stick with you in the long term. That doesn't work. It's a really, really bad thing. And that's why I think that was such a huge miscalculation, because they're treating it like closing down the software development team that lives in Nebraska and just, you know, you shut them down. Okay, that sucks. They got laid off. But nobody's really losing their minds. The media isn't grilling you over it. People aren't massively attacking you on social media. In the gaming space, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. So I think it's a good question from the interviewer. And let's see how, I'm sure, Sarah Bond, the president of Xbox, let's see how she directly and concisely addresses this question, asking her, why did you close down Tango Gameworks when they made your most praised game of last year? Shouldn't releasing the best game of your portfolio in the last year, shouldn't that at the very least guarantee that you're not going to be shut down within 12 months? Let's see how she directly addresses it.
You know, one of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form. And it means that the situation and what success is for each game and studio is also really unique. Like, there's no one size fits all to it for us. And so we look at each studio, each game team, and we look at a whole variety of factors when we're faced with sort of making decisions and trade-offs like that. But it all comes back to our long-term commitment to the games we create, the devices we build, the services, and ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to be able to deliver on those promises.
I'm sorry. I think I just blacked out. Did she not answer that? Like, what? No part of that answered the question at all. No part of it. Like, yeah, we just want to be set up in the games with different quality abilities to be performance focus areas for Xbox. Next question, please. Like, that was painful. That's embarrassing. It would have been less embarrassing if she got up and jumped through this window behind her, screaming that she had seen a ghost. That would have been much more reasonable than what just happened. That's embarrassing. And I'm saying this like Xbox fam. I'm saying this as somebody that is a retail investor, okay? I buy shares of stock constantly. I love it. I eat it up. If I were looking at buying shares of Microsoft and I heard that answer, I would seriously doubt and question the capabilities of the leadership. If you're asked a direct question, shouldn't your teams be given some more stability if they make the best game that you had last year in terms of critical reception? Shouldn't that at least guarantee them a little safety? And you just straight up decline to answer the question. Because honestly, there is no good answer. There is no good answer. I mean, other than saying, listen, a lot of the executives and people that were there that we thought added the most value to Tango Gameworks, they had left in the last couple of years. We love Hi-Fi Rush, but we were not confident the team would be able to do something on that level again. So we decided to lay off the team. In addition, it's a Japanese studio. We didn't feel like we had the means to reasonably oversee all of the studios under the ZeniMax umbrella without it causing more trouble than it was worth. So we just decided to shutter it. If she had said something like that, at least that's an answer. But instead, she just straight up refuses to answer. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But Luke, AI, their stock go up. Boom. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, the old meme is that it's like corporate speak, corpo speak, where like they bounce around and say stuff. It's like, Mr. CEO, is it true that you've been grinding up baby chickens and puppies to turn them into McNuggets? And the CEO goes, you know what I love about our food is that our food comes from all around the world, and we work with our talented team of chefs to produce food that people find delicious and love, and we sell millions of dollars of it every single day. And I just find that to be utterly remarkable. And, it shows that as a company, we can span the globe and take pieces from all over, whether it's meats from all different animals or if it's plants from all over the world, and we can bring them together and distribute them to a new group of customers around the planet. It's really a beautiful thing. And you're like, wait, but are you making me eat baby cats and dogs? It's like, it's a beautiful thing that we're doing. It just doesn't answer the question at all, but it just spins and spins and spins. And that's basically what just happened. And it's a staple of corporate stuff. And it's really sucky. When I was in college, we did a class it was under some other name, but it basically turned into like corporate PR. And it was like, what happens when you have a company that like really screws up? How do you handle those catastrophes and stuff? And it was interesting because basically it just came down to, well, you maybe acknowledge the question, and then you bring up something positive, and you spin it into how your company does that positive thing that's tangentially related to the bad thing that happened or that you're accused of, and then you just stop talking. And then the interviewer 95% of the time gets really uncomfortable and will just move on to the next question. Because a lot of interviewers and journalists are not the types to like press extra hard. If I were interviewing her, which this is precisely why I would never be allowed to interview her, but if I were interviewing her sitting on stage right now, I'd be like, respectfully, Miss Bond, I don't know if she's Mrs. or Miss, but respectfully, Miss Bond, that did not answer the question. Shouldn't studios have some semblance of stability if they released your most critically praised game in the last year? Shouldn't that, at the very least, guarantee that they won't be shuttered within 18 months? And then you just keep pressing until you get an answer. And if she ends up saying, listen, we're not going to talk about the decision to close the studio, it's just not something we are prepared to discuss today, make her say that. And then at least she's stating clearly she's not going to answer the question, instead of doing this weird thing where like she bounces around and pretends like she talked about it and answered it when it just doesn't do anything. Like, this has been roundly mocked, and for good reason. Yeah, share your thoughts on the recent closures of the 4 studios. Sarah, Fallout TV series was great. Interviewer, talk about why you closed 4 video game studios. This woman will receive millions of dollars by the end of this year, while hundreds of devs will lose their jobs. F this shiz. Xbox and Microsoft love to deflect, take no responsibility for their own failures and mismanagement, instead of blame it on the market. What a joke. She's completely defeated. She has no answers. She's great at giving non-answers. There is something truly distasteful about somebody working at such a high position who doesn't even care about the industry she's in. I think, what was her background? Where's she from? I think she's from Call of Duty. Is that where she got started? Let's see. Commencing her career as an associate partner at McKinsey & Company, transitioning to T-Mobile, Bond held key roles, including chief of staff to CEO Jean Leger, who is that T-Mobile guy, and late senior vice president of corporate strategy and development. In 2017, Bond joined Microsoft, starting as a corporate vice president overseeing the gaming business development and partnerships at Xbox. She later assumed the position of corporate vice president of game creation or game creator experience and ecosystem. Notably, Bond played a pivotal role in representing Microsoft during the scrutinized bid to acquire Activision Blizzard, including testifying at the 2022 FTC versus Microsoft trial. I think that's the main reason she's where she is that she took those blows while getting the acquisition across the board. But I thought she was from Activision. I didn't realize that she has no experience there. She's from a management consulting firm that then went and started working with T-Mobile, and then she was brought on to Microsoft from there. In 2022, she received Visionary Award from GamesBeat in 2022 for her contributions to the industry. And then in 2023, she was promoted to president of Xbox, reporting directly to Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer. What? What has she contributed, though? That's like, I genuinely don't understand. Our first winner is Sarah Bond, Vice President for Game Creator Experience and Ecosystem, which, what does that even mean? Let's see. Sarah has continuously moved with purpose and vision through the games industry. She has cultivated a gaming experience that is as cutting edge as it is diverse. Through her contributions to Xbox, we are able to see the future of gaming reflected in mentorship and leadership. Recognizing Sarah for her hard work was an obvious choice when thinking of someone in the game space who has consistently made her visionary work a reality. Sarah has been paving the way for a culture in gaming that is rich in experience and has depth in its diverse partnerships. They can't name like a single thing that she's done, though. Oh my God. We also have a video presentation from John Riccitiello, CEO of Unity, with some words about Sarah. Do you know who this guy is? Do you remember this guy? This is the guy that just retired and resigned in disgrace after blowing up Unity. That's so funny. So this is the guy that they used as, as the explanation for her fantastic accomplishments. You can't make this stuff up, dude. You can't make it up. He said, yes, her accomplishments prove she has the intellect, the brain, and the drive. I'm here to say she also has the heart. She's the full package. And then he charged everyone who heard him say that $1. In her acceptance speech, Bond said, I am just incredibly humbled and proud to accept this reward. In life, we all have the power to imagine and dream about a better world, and I find myself doing that a lot these days, especially all that we have been and continue to go through over these past 2 years. But what I want to talk about today is how I believe we can move from dreaming to actually building a better world, and the pivotal role that games and in everyone who makes games plays in making that possible. I fundamentally believe that the foundation to a better world is empathy. Bro, that is aged so badly. Have empathy to make the world a better place. Also, you're fired. It doesn't make any sense at all. Wow. Okay. I'm just, normally you can look at like those awards and you can figure out like, okay, they were responsible for this, this, and this, and that's why we gave them this award. I'm not seeing anybody outline anything that she's done. Like Dinga Bakaba, who is the studio director at Arcane Lyon. This is the guy that also tore them a new one when they just closed Arcane Austin. But those are the two people that won these like visionary awards. Wow. I'm genuinely confused. I don't know what she's done that has got her to this role. Like, it's not like she's run a company successfully herself. It's not like she's done anything that stunning or shocking. She was at a consulting firm, was a chief of staff under T-Mobile CEO, and then went and worked at Microsoft, and then was promoted to president. Like, how did she get there? I'm genuinely surprised. I don't get it. And honestly, as the president of Xbox, one thing within the gaming industry, because we're a fan-based industry where you need to have fans rooting for you, you have to have leadership that the community respects. Otherwise, like, the community roots for your downfall. And that was one of the things that happened. Like, once the community identified Jim Ryan as like a snake, and as somebody that was just a corpo trying to push for live service crap at the expense of everything else, his days were numbered. Like, you were never going to find a lot of success with it. But it's why somebody like Sean Layden was beloved. Same with like Reggie Fils-Aimé, and they were able to lead their companies to all-time highs while they were at the helm. And right now you can see the fans of this industry have turned on Phil Spencer and have turned on Sarah Bond. As far as I'm aware, there's almost no respect for Sarah Bond, because she also doesn't seem to be an actual gamer. She at least knows the names of games that they've got on their platform, like Pentiment, which is a deep cut. That's a good one to reference. But she doesn't seem like a gamer. Phil Spencer seems like a gamer, which has been the one reason a lot of people have given him credit. But as far as I know, she's like, she doesn't do anything. It's just, I don't know. But it's going to be mighty hard to win fans over into your vision of the industry and the future of it when they don't respect the leadership. You know. Sean Layden did have some bad choices too, Luke, but at least he advocated to reduce the budget of all Sony games because it would be a problem in the future, and he was right. Yeah, Sean also, I think, isn't Sean working now at like an NFT, or like he started pumping NFTs or something like that? There was something like that he got tied up in. So nobody's saying he's perfect, but Sean, to his credit, I think had the vision to be able to identify games with a ton of potential and was able to set them up for success. Which is why so many new IP and so many reboots and things that ended up being so iconic happened during the PS4 era. I bet he's an FT, bro. He's got the look. Yeah. Let's see. Fearless Wolf, thank you for the 5. Moving to cloud servers in 10 years sounds great, but what about the countries with spotty internet? Lots of rural areas are still stuck on slow copper. Yeah, I'm in one of those communities where we're all still based on coax and everything. I agree. It's, if you were all in like Singapore or something, it could work, where internet is much more like the infrastructure is much more expanded and healthy. That could work, but they have to do a lot of work from like Comcast, Xfinity, TDS. What's the other one where I'm at? I can't remember. Anyway, there's a bunch of internet providers, Cox Communications. Yeah, those guys. There's a lot of companies that have to do a lot of work before they can ever get there. Wait, you don't have fiber? Sending prayers. Yeah, you know when we drop frames during streams? Yeah, this is why. I don't even have fiber. I'm a YouTuber and I don't even have that. Yeah. Some racists blame diversity for everything, lol. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's not fair to just immediately be like, she's like bad because in her acceptance speech she mentioned, or they mentioned, diversity or something. That's a really stupid reason to be like, see, so she's bad at her job. I'm saying it seems very hypocritical to be like, yeah, I believe the key to the future of our industry is empathy. And then meanwhile, she lays a ton of people off and refuses to elaborate, and seems fairly cutthroat when it comes to running a corporation. And beyond everything, it's also just not clear why she is particularly capable of running the gaming side of Microsoft. Like, it doesn't seem to line up. It's like, you have no exposure or experience with gaming. You came from T-Mobile and then a management consulting firm. And I just want to know why she is the best person to run Xbox as the president of Xbox. And it doesn't seem like there's any answers. You're just supposed to like smile and nod, which is weird to me. Matt Booty at least has been exposed to the gaming side of things for a very long time, as has Phil Spencer. He's worked within Xbox for ages, but I don't know why she specifically is a good fit for the gaming side of the business. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. She's probably competent from an executive point of view. Yeah, no, I'm sure she's very capable. I mean, you do not get, this is one of the misconceptions, you do not get to an executive position without being talented in multiple ways. Like, you just, to get there, you have to be capable. Like somebody like Satya Nadella, don't give two craps about anything other than your performance and abilities. I think she's a corporate suit, which is my point. I'm not saying that she shouldn't have a job, period. I just think that she is not actually like a gamer's advocate or anything. I think she's probably much more of the corporate bigwig than she would like to let on. Judson, thank you for the 10. My goodness. I'm surprised they haven't a hashtags wanting to step down, or haven't had the hashtag. I don't know. Wanting to step down for Xbox management on Twitter or X. I really don't know since I got an account. Will Xbox does support baby game those companies? I'm not totally sure. I'm trying to decipher it. There have been like many calls for Phil Spencer to step down from Xbox on X and Twitter. I've seen it. I mean, there's lots of people calling for that. As for whether it's like a notable amount, who knows? But as for will Xbox support baby game? Will Xbox does support baby games? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry, Judson. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. I'm trying. Let's see. Ba. Okay. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Microsoft having consulting from Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. is like a narrative consulting firm. Like they consult on like story and character writing and stuff within games. Sweet Baby Inc. is not going to Satya Nadella and saying you should hire Sarah Bond. Like maybe you're saying that because they're willing to hire them, they care more about diversity than the quality of executives. Maybe that's what you're saying. But again, like somebody like Satya Nadella, he doesn't frankly care about, like, I'm sure publicly facing, I'm sure he cares about diversity. I don't think he's making hiring decisions and appointments and stuff based off of that. I think he is just looking at their capabilities as executives. And I think Sarah Bond is just a corporate executive that's probably very, very talented as a corporate executive. But I don't think that she particularly cares about the gaming industry. I don't understand why people are saying that, like, yeah, it's all about empathy. Empathy is the key to making a better world. It's like you're making video games and like, what are you talking about? This isn't like some great moral commission or something. Like, what are you talking about? You got to make the world a better place. So we're going to spend $70 billion on this acquisition and lay off a bunch of people. It's like, you're not on some great moral conquest. Okay. You're just making video games trying to run a business. Okay. But why say her accomplishments instead of something specific? I mean, maybe there are accomplishments that people who know her or know the business understand. Maybe there is something like that they can point to and that for them is obvious. I just, looking at, for 5 minutes across her Wikipedia page and then the announcement of an award she won, I would have thought we would see something specific about her accomplishments, but I haven't seen anything. So I'm confused why, if she's so like amazing, why is there nothing specific that can be brought up, you know? Confidential. Well, I mean, that's actually potentially an explanation. It could be straight up that she's done stuff to help the business, but it's all like in the conference room behind closed doors. I mean, it could very well be, like I said, it could be just plainly that she helped get the Activision deal through, and that alone is like, okay, you did that, you saved our $70 billion deal. Yeah, you can be president of the company. Sure, yeah. That very well could be it. You know, there were rumors and stuff that part of the reason that Jim Ryan was booted out was because he failed to stop the acquisition, and Sony was like, yeah, you got to pay the price. Oh, what's this? Nick Tech made another video. Hold on. I love Nick Tech stuff. What did he say? What is this?
And execution things that we can do. But one thing I won't do is push against creative aspirations of our teams, force them to go do the one kind of game that they have a proven track record for. And I'm just not a believer in that. Maybe that means I'll under-deliver for some of our fans out there. But when a team like Rare wants to do Sea of Thieves, when a team like Obsidian wants to do Grounded, when Tango wants to go do Hi-Fi, when everybody probably thought they were doing Evil Within 3, I want to give the teams the creative platform to go and push their ability, push their aspirations.
Hi-Fi Rush was a breakout hit for us and our players in all key measurements and expectations. We couldn't be happier with what the team at Tango Gameworks delivered with this surprise release.
I loved Hi-Fi Rush. I'd absolutely recommend it as a game you buy. Tons of fun.
Today, Hi-Fi Rush is a memorable journey that marches to the beat of its own drum.
Overall, Hi-Fi Rush is just such a pure video game, pure passion projects. And
across all the studios we've got, what does that mean for players? It means that the biggest games are going to continue to come to Xbox. And this 2024, the year coming up, we've got more than 10 major releases coming up.
So that was a fucking lie.
This is pretty good. Yeah, that's about right. that's about right. I think that's right. Oh man. Thank you, Sean. My goodness, 10 gifted subs or memberships technically. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Poggers. Jeez, thank you. And Jeffrey, also thank you. 9 months. I can't believe it's been 9 months since I started supporting this. This channel has always provided something that Microsoft can't do. The truth. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, there is a missing piece to the puzzle, because as of right now, based on what they've admitted and said, is that they basically Tango GameWorks and Hi-Fi Rush super successful, and then they shut it down. So there's something missing, and I'm guessing what's missing is that they like lost talent or something, or there was some problem with communications between like ZeniMax and that. Like there's just something missing in the equation, but they won't say. Excuse me. But they won't say, and I don't know why they won't just say what it is. Like if it's something like, oh, we are struggling to find ways to get talent over there, or we're struggling to manage it. We're struggling. Like if they have something like that, just freaking say that. I just don't understand why they have to beat around the bush and pretend like it was part of some grand plan or something. And when they're asked in interviews, they have no answer, and they're just like, well, it's because of because the vision of the ecosystem and the visions, because we want the vision to be it just doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. It's just outrageous. Thank you, Jeffrey Garcia. Also, I did read that one. I read that one. Thank you. Yeah. Oshan the Goat again. Gee whiz. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Could Microsoft force them to close studios? Yeah, I mean, almost without a doubt. The closures were mandated by the head honchos at Microsoft. And so I think Microsoft probably told them, you got to lay off like 8% or 6%, whatever it is, of your staff. And once they're laid off, our budgets will be back in line. I think that's what happened. And then they laid them off. And honestly, like, this is what I asked Joraptor. Like if I do full, let's see. Is this the chat or the graph I'm looking for? Yeah, I think this will work. Where's the picture? Hold on. Yeah, so somebody posted this. Open image in new tab. So this. And so some of these are leaked, some of these are rumored, some of these are confirmed. But if you look at all these different teams and stuff, the question is, if you were told by Papa Satya that you need to shut down 4 of these studios or 3 of these studios, whatever it would be, what do you pick if you are Xbox leadership? Like that's where it's a little tougher, because it has to be in something you own. It's almost certainly not going to be any of these because these all are your money makers. Toys for Bob maybe with Crash Bandicoot and Spyro, but those I think are rumored or very small teams. Blizzard, almost all of these make good money. They've rumored, I think they've canceled the survival game. I don't know if that was confirmed yet. I think they did though. But yeah, In Exile is working on Clockwork Revolution, right? I think this is an older graph. Yeah, June of 2022. So there's a lot more going on. This is like 2 years old. But if you have to pick teams within this to lay off, like, it's going to be a little bit tough. Like, it's going to be tough to come up with who you lay off. And I think that that's the tough spot they found themselves in, is they're like, yeah, we can lay off some of these. And like, I think Arcane Austin, that one made sense. I think they're like, yep, that probably makes sense. Get rid of them. And then Roundhouse, I think, also was closed, so they got shut down. Tango now is shut down. And then the one of the mobile studios got shut down. But I just think Tango GameWorks was specifically the worst one to pick because they made the best reviewed game of last year. you know. Oh, Redfall, yeah. So I think they're between a rock and a hard place. I just think Tango Gameworks specifically was a huge optical blunder. Huge optical blunder. I can't talk. Blunder. You know, just a big mistake. But when you're looking at the whole catalog, it's like, well, where else do you trim fat? If you have to lay off 1,900 people, which is what they have to lay off according to the reports and what Microsoft has said, they've got to find 1,900 jobs to cut, because this is how it works. If you're the CEO or president of Xbox and you're told by Satya and the CFO and everybody, you're told you need to cut 1,900 jobs. This is what you're playing with, and then some. But like, you're looking at this. What do you pick? Where do you cut? You got to come up with 1,900 jobs. Maybe 50 from here. You close down 10 people over here. Maybe you shut down this particular team or that, like, whatever it is. But you got to find it. And I think that's the tough spot they were in. And my point is not, like, I don't think it's fair to blame Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond and Matt Booty for the fact there are layoffs, because I think that that's coming from above them. What I think is fair to be upset with them over is that they're choosing developers even that put out the best game they had last year, and they're shutting them down. Redfall, colossal flop. They get shut down. Tango Gameworks, best game they had last year. They also get shut down. And it's just a bad look. But Luke, couldn't they have done large-scale layoffs across their companies instead of cutting individual studios? Well, I mean, these bigger studios are, like, if you're talking about maybe a like an Infinity Ward or something. My understanding is that some people within, like, the marketing teams, for example, at Activision have been laid off. Wasn't that a story where it was like Activision marketing team laid off? The initial layoffs. Yeah, they even laid off Mike Ibarra, who's like a head honcho. They laid him off. Yeah, Microsoft last year announced big layoffs. 10,000 employees were laid off last year. Yeah, so I mean, they've been laying off tons of people and trying to scale back. And yeah, they announced 1,900. This cut, the cuts work out to roughly 8% of overall Microsoft gaming divisions. So it seems like somebody at Microsoft corporate decided 8% of people needed to go, and that's where they have to cut. So like, you could lay off 100 people here, 50 people here, but you have to pick where that's coming from, because you can't just take like, okay, you're going to lay off 2 level designers from each individual team within these broader teams, and then they're just going to lose their jobs. Like, instead, they're trying to identify the places where it's going to be least impactful. These are their money makers, so you don't want to cut too much. You can cut maybe publishing teams. You can cut maybe marketing staff and stuff, because you can hire outside companies to do that stuff for you. But as for these studios, like, yeah, is Arcane Austin probably going to make the next big profitable game? Probably not. So they decided to cut them. And then they look over here. Tango Gameworks, they probably also felt, yeah, they're probably not going to make the most profitable game for us, so we'll cut them. I think it was an optical mistake, but they did that. And then there are other projects and other teams that they've cut and trimmed, but it's just, they got to find where they think the holes are and trim the fat there. And it's why it just sucks when corporate says you got to lay people off, because you have to find the cuts. Sometimes that means laying off entire teams that had potential, but somebody had to lose their job. Like, somebody did. Because if Phil doesn't do it, Satya will just fire Phil, and then a new executive will come in and they'll do it. So like, you didn't achieve anything other than getting fired. So congratulations. So I that's why I've said I don't think it's fair to blame Phil necessarily for the layoffs. It seems pretty clear the layoffs are coming from above him, because it's part of a broader Microsoft layoff thing that they've been doing for the last year and a half. I think where they're choosing to cut the fat is where the mistakes were made. But yeah, I mean, if I was Ninja Theory, if I was Double Fine, I'd be a little nervous right now. Ninja Theory, I mean, they've got a big game coming out. in less than 2 weeks, but nobody's really talking about it, and it took them 7 years. 7, you know? So I'm scared for Ninja Theory, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, if I was Phil and I was looking at, and maybe I still have another 200-300 jobs I gotta cut, it's really unfortunate, but it would make sense if Ninja Theory releases it and then they're like, okay, yep, and we just have to get rid of more jobs so you guys are gone, even if it reviews well. And that just sucks, but that's just what happens. And again, it's because Microsoft thinks that you can run this like a broader software company and lay people off, and people will just be like, okay, that sucks, and move on. But when you're talking about fans in a community that's rooting for these games, it just doesn't work. It's a great way to get people to boycott you and move and give up on your platform. So yeah. Okay, let's cheer up. Let's cheer up. Okay, everyone, let's cheer up. Let's watch some cringe. E3 2017. Let's see it.
Thank you for coming. We are so happy to have you today. So what have you brought with you?
Well,
What did you bring?
this is a life-size replica of one of the weapons from this game.
Wow. Cool, I'm sure you love it.
I brought one for you.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
What's really funny is that English is neither of their native languages. So Yves Guillemot speaks French, of course. Like, you can tell. It's just freaking funny to have two people that don't really speak the language very well. It's like, okay, let's have both of these people that don't speak English very well try to speak English to each other on stage in front of thousands of people. It's just freaking funny. It's like, who thought that was a good idea, you know?
Oh. Woo. So let's take a picture.
These are a little bit different from the weapons you see in Ghost Recon.
Yeah, very different weapons for
cute.
very different worlds. This one is, I think, very effective in the world of Mario and Rabbit. So, should do well.
I love the awkward silence and then the one or two claps. Are we supposed to clap? Make it stop. No, we're just getting into it. Lost Legacy. Oh, yeah. Bro's having a crisis.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, players from all over the world, welcome to Los Angeles. Welcome to E3 2017.
Crash Bandicoot is finally coming back end of this month. We're going to get a chance to see him. So let's take a look at a new trailer from the Insane Trilogy. Check it out. Oh, we're on camera right now.
All right, well, we'll keep. Hey, we're doing this live, right? We keep shuffling my
What
papers.
it's all about.
Exactly.
We wanted to make sure
They thought their mics were mute.
an authentic strip club experience, so the whole editorial team has been flying around the world, going to every strip club. They keep sending me reference. You guys can stop making it.
Oh, wait, yeah, this is the guy that was the, wasn't he like the director on the South Park game, the Fractured But Whole? I think that's him.
Rain for immersive games.
I got it. We have enough reference now. Please stop sending those pictures. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Dan. So, Dan, you had an announce last week for Far Cry 5. That went great. Yeah. One of the things I've noticed is that every time you go out on stage, you look super calm. Does it get easier year after year?
No. Not even a little. I'm dying on the inside, dude.
Relatable. Okay.
All right. Yes. Everybody make.
I'm sorry, there's something so deeply, oh my God, look. He's just staring into your soul. What is he doing? What is he doing? He's just like, I see the dead people. That's so funny. There's something that makes me so deeply uncomfortable about hosts for these types of events that go into the rows and like start talking to people. It's like, no, stay on stage, please. Please stay on stage. How the hell did I notice that? Look at him. He's staring into my being.
Everybody make some noise. All right.
Like he doesn't break the whole time.
Right. Yes. Everybody make some noise. All right. So like every year we select the golden ticket winner. Kaze here, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Make some noise for Kaze.
Oh, now he waves.
Golden ticket winner. All right, great.
Yes, we are pretty much at showtime, so that means cell phones off, no smoking, which means e-cigarettes, vape pens. Look, you get it, you vape. Just, you know, keep it outside because this is California where the weed is legal, but smoking a cigarette will get you honeyed and quinoa.
Well, I must say that
I'm going to say it. Saying in California you will get honey and quinoa is freaking funny. The delivery is bad, but that's pretty funny, okay? That's pretty freaking funny. I'm going to defend her on that one. That's pretty funny. I'm totally using that. That's great.
kind of enjoyed that yesterday, but that's a different story.
Whether you're a gamer, content creator, or even esports. Now, speaking of esports, we had two exciting announcements today in the esports arena, pun intended. With ES.
There's also a technical thing that happens at a lot of these events where they don't have the audience mic'd. And so the audience can laugh at a joke and the host will wait for the laughs to die down. But if they're not mic'd and the only mic is on the presenter's face, it just sounds like they made a joke. So what I was saying, like, it sounds so awkward. It's really awkward, but it's because they don't mic the audience. So sometimes this isn't actually as cringy as it seems in person. But it's just because of like bad sound design that they don't do that. It's a funny thing I've noticed that happens a lot.
SL, the first being.
Oh, this one.
What up, guys? Thank you for having me, EA. If you guys don't know who I am,
Teleprompter
my name is Jesse
breaks.
Wellens, and I am a YouTube creator. So I am here.
Oh crap! What am I supposed to say?
To talk about Need for Speed, Payback. If you guys didn't know,
Please
Need
fix
for
the
Speed
teleprompter.
Payback,
Oh my god. Someone help.
Yeah, it's a great game. But all right, all set aside, I'm a YouTube creator. Need for Speed Payback, it's coming out. I got my boy Marcus, executive producer here. He is the producer of the game. Thank you, Nick, for having me.
Hey, man.
It gives me life, dude. It gives me life. Hold on. E3. Let's see. Okay, E3 2015.
Yes.
This was goated. E3 2015 cringe.
Says, I hate Far Cry 4. Why would you make me kill a monkey? Why wouldn't you kill a monkey, Yes? Why wouldn't you?
We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. The Last Guardian is real. It's real.
It's okay. It's okay.
What's up? How are you guys doing? First of all, I'd just like to say that these mics are fucking dumb. And I feel like an idiot wearing it.
Don't act like you don't wear those during sex every single night, my friend.
Look at this.
Look at you. You guys look great. Come on.
Thank you.
You look like you're going to take my order. I want French fries. Supersize it.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm a stan for Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Okay, I'm gonna be real. They're Colorado natives. My principal in high school went to school with them and had lots of funny stories about them when they were just friends in college and stuff. It's Got a special place in my heart for them.
I know a lot of you out there are excited to play our next big title, Madden NFL 16, when it launches on August the 25th. Go Madden. But with
and we wanted to celebrate by giving rare fans an iconic collection of rare games. Love you, man.
This one is from Day Jack at Ubisoft, at the Crew Game, at Twitch. That game trash.
Why did you read all of the ads?
That dirt racing shit, garbage fools. Are we allowed to say shit?
Gentlemen, I challenge you to a dance-off live on our stream Wednesday at the tippy top of that building right there in the Uplay Lounge. It's going down.
Here we go. So we're only a few minutes away from showtime.
Okay, so
Oh my god. Dude, my life goal is to be on one of these compilations. That's all I want. When I do that, I can die happy. When I do that, I can die happy. If I'm ever at one of these events, I'll try to like, if I can tell you guys about it beforehand, I'll tell you, and then like I'll try to do something stupid. That's my goal. That's my goal. That's all I ever wanted. Oh.
So this next title is fantastic. It's a console exclusive.
To reintroduce The Last Guardian with first ever seen gameplay footage on PlayStation 4. Wheeler-san. Thank you.
Are you guys excited about it?
Yeah.
It's weird because you don't seem like you are.
Yeah.
And also, I feel
it's
like
these mics. That,
it's
you
the
know.
mics that are
Yeah,
stiff.
it's the mics are throwing us, but
Just
okay. Yeah,
we don't know what to
You can tell they were being total divas backstage. They're like, we don't want to put these. No, let me just go up there. I'll just yell really loudly. They're like, no, you got to do it. You have to wear it. Give us a handheld mic. No, you got to wear these. I'm like, shut up. Like, you can tell they were freaking out.
Do with our hands.
Pockets or inside your pants.
Right.
I read that you guys, after the last game, said that you were never, ever, ever going to make another video game again.
That's true. And, but the big thing is we're
To introduce a completely new franchise that I'm totally excited about.
Cool.
Oh yeah, back when they would also put the mics, they did the mouth mics, but if those aren't angled properly, they just pick you up wheezing out of your nose. So it sounds like you're constantly super out of breath. And when you're nervous, you also do it. Like, listen, you can hear every breath.
Cool. So I could do a scan. And as luck would have it, there's no alien life. But I could show you this.
Like any superhero adventure, like we get into your backstory of why your butthole is so amazing, basically.
Yeah.
We get deep into that
God,
butthole story.
We're going to get deep into your butthole.
Yeah,
in this
deep
game.
into your butthole on this one, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, sweeter, more kind words have never been spoken. You look insanely hot. But a guy from your era probably has rickets or something I can catch, but you look amazing. We should come up with a meme really quickly for this show.
This is the problem when people try to come up with memes, is that they try really hard and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The best memes are accidental. You can't force it. You can't force it.
So right now I'm pitching who kept the Christmas lights on during the apocalypse, but there's got to be, and just Captain Picard like screaming that out. Do you have a meme you want to pitch? Guys with rickets are super hot?
Well, if you're talking Picard, it will be engage.
Okay, good. We did that together. All right.
She knew. She knew instantly. She's like, okay, that did not work. Okay, well. So awkward. Oh, God. See, that's a meme.
Hello, everyone. This shit just never gets old.
Now you can trust me. I've tried the new.
I want to give him a little slack because like he didn't know they were gonna do the wide angle shot. This is the camera guy's fault. They should have, or the producer, whoever's in charge of the camera swaps. Like they should have been focused on this, and then they cut to him afterwards. This ain't his fault. One time in high school, I was doing a play, okay, and they had this thing where I was supposed to. Dude, it's so cringy. It's so bad. I was supposed to come out like the stage is set up. Let me just paint you a little picture of my cringe. Like the stage is set up like this, right? And there's like on the set was like a table, and then like a couch was behind it like that. Ooh, lovely couch, right? And then in the background there's like the little background of the set that goes maybe like this and then cuts off across the stage, and there's like a door, and there's a door, and then there was like a staircase that went up the stairs and then would it would terminate in like a doorway that was back up here, right? So at one point in the staging of the show, there was a couple that was talking like on this couch, and they're just having conversation, and then I'm supposed to come out, my character's supposed to come out at one point, and it's after like the serious conversation has hit, and it's when the lighthearted moment of the discussion is hit, and I'm supposed to come out of this doorway, and then I'm eating like a peanut butter sandwich, and I'm supposed to walk up the stairs awkwardly seeing them, and then go into the door, and I have like a couple lines of dialogue where I'm like, I'm just getting a sandwich. You guys keep doing whatever you want to do, whatever the line was. And I go back in, and it's just like a quick little break in the tension. Well, one night, again, a high school production, one night I screwed up. I thought I heard something I guess I didn't. So I thought my cue had happened. So they're in the middle of like a very serious conversation about like their love and their relationship and all this. And I just open the door and I step out holding a peanut butter sandwich as they're standing there having a serious conversation. They turn and they see me, but they don't have any lines or dialogue to acknowledge my presence in this moment, because that happens like 5-10 minutes later. So they're having like a pretty serious conversation, and then they just kind of stop, look at me, and then they turn back and keep talking about their serious relationship problems. I didn't know what to do. So I just awkwardly, slowly walked up the stairs and out the door. It was so freaking awkward. It was so bad, dude. It like you could have heard a pin drop. Everybody was waiting for like the line to explain it, and I just opened the door. Just it was so bad. It was way worse than you can imagine. It was so bad. It was so awkward. It was so bad. Oh, and then like, because I did that early and I now had made it worse by going upstairs, there was no way that my character could have gotten back downstairs when I actually was supposed to come in. So instead of coming back in that door and just doing the scene properly, saying my lines as I went up the stairs and then leaving, I just didn't come through the door because I was like, it wouldn't make any sense. I just went upstairs. How would I have got, like, I jumped out a window to get back downstairs? This is the one stairwell in the house. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. And so I just decided not to go out the door at all. So they reached the point where they're supposed to have a conversation with me as I go up the stairs. And so I made it worse a second time by not going out and just being like, yeah, I screwed up, whatever. I made it bad. That was a big oopsie. I still think about that, obviously. So that's my tale, similar to this guy's, of entering the scene too early and then screwing things up awkwardly. It's pretty funny.
Hello, everyone. This shit just never gets old. Now you can trust me, I've tried the new supers and they are delicious.
Those guys are the Sentinels. They protect the planets from explorers like me. Oh. And now I'm underwater. And there's fish. There's the V3 fish.
Every once in a while I look back on No Man's Sky and I'm like, how did that game get so much hype? Because like all of the presentations, you could tell Sean Murray was like, he was not a salesman. He was not a Todd Howard type guy with a lot of salesmanship. He was just kind of like a nerd that was showing off his cool game, but people who took it and just ran with it. But all of these presentations were so awkward.
I'm hoping I finally get my Gallahorn. Fingers crossed. You know it. I know the same guy is missing his too. I know. Damn it. And to those people that have 4, son of a... So this year's Assassin's Creed.
Hashtag UBE3, let's go!
Zach, where are you?
I got this!
Zach, what are you doing? The door's locked.
Aisha!
No.
5, 4, 3.
High energy, I'll give it to him.
2, 1.
They're like, quick, cut to him. He's gonna have a great reaction when he realizes it. Then he realizes it's a Kickstarter for a game. It's not even the actual game. It's pretty bad.
You can check that out. You can check out that the Spotify app to bring the single biggest.
Poor guy.
No. All right.
No.
And now to formally close our event, a small title which requires no introduction.
2015. Hold on, what is it? It's got to be Uncharted, right? Uncharted launched the next year. It's got to be Uncharted.
I think that's Sam's tower.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
It's definitely Sam's tower. Come on.
The game still looks freakishly good.
Pardon me.
Yeah, they were having all sorts of problems.
That's incredible.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable!
And it's just the beginning.
Shenmue 3! Uncharted 4!
Players around the world is what the ID at Xbox program is all about.
From console gaming to PC gaming, even...
Wow, that's probably what Phil Spencer looks like right now. He's probably just... He's at home, curled up. For a second, I thought that was him.
Virtual reality gaming. Today, we are proud to announce a new relationship with Valve VR.
Player freedom is our #1 goal.
It's great to have Gears of War back on our Xbox stage, to see Gears of War gameplay running real time on Xbox One.
It will be available for everyone this holiday. We won't charge.
It's good to have you
Whoa.
back. You know, we were in rehearsal. You know how excited I am about this press conference. You guys are going to lose it. This is going to be awesome. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you.
I know! Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ubisoft's E3 215. That's not a year. 2015.
I like Aisha. I'm going to be real. I've seen Whose Line Is It Anyway many times. She's the host after the reboot and everything. No Drew Carey, but nobody's Drew Carey. I mean, let's be honest. I still like her, but it's always awkward when you're trying to host a press conference because that's a tough job, because they're going to hire a comedian and they expect the comedian to do comedian things and like do all sorts of bits and be funny and stuff. And it just doesn't really work with the format. It just doesn't. I think instead you gotta just blast through the announcements, keep it moving fast. Don't try to be something you're not, you know. Just keep it moving. Keep it moving. That's my stance.
Press conference. We believe here that passionate and honest feedback makes games better. Even if you have to dig through ear-burning NSFW, guys, that's a word, Reddit thread to get it. You know what I'm talking about. As well as all the gamers, fans, and journalists tuned in online from all over the world.
All right. Woo. All right. Thank you very much, and have a great E3. Nice.
Seems like a cool guy.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Dude, you're a cat riding a fire-breathing unicorn. What are you, a robot? Welcome to the stage, Ryan Barner, game director on The Division. Give it up for Ryan. Bernard. Say your last name right. Bernard.
How you doing, Aisha?
Hi, it's good to see you.
And the paranoia of playing in a place where absolutely anything can happen at any time.
Mm-hmm.
A place where you can trust no one.
Yeah, like Hollywood.
Exactly, like Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how well you do, Francois. And be careful, it's tricky.
Oh, dude.
Easier to win an Academy Award than playing Live 83, man?
Yeah, funny. Restart is immediate.
Go.
Go.
Yeah, funny. Restart is immediate.
Go.
Community has been
and
asking
copyright
about
strike.
the solo and co-op experiences of our game. Today,
Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Salin, and that is Yarny. And I'm going to tell you all about that in a moment, but let me first just say that it feels so great to be here on this stage. I'm just so happy to finally be here and get to show you all this game that we made. It's a puzzle platformer where you play as a little character made of yarn, which unravels as you move. And the yarn, it represents love and the bonds that we make. And it unravels because that's what happens when we're separated from what we love. I made most of this design while I was on a camping trip with my family, way out in the countryside. I was so full of ideas, but I didn't have a lot of tools to work with out there, so I figured I could just kind of like act out the gameplay. And that's how Yarny came to be. And I actually brought him with me.
Poor dude's so nervous he's shaking. But I love this. This isn't even cringe. This is just wholesome and sweet. Like, he's very passionate about this game and he's showing it. Like, this is awesome. Yeah, this is just wholesome.
Hi. No. I created this little doll with some old metal wire that I found and some yarn that I managed to borrow, and then I just I wandered around in the woods. I was putting yarn in different situations and snapping
awesome.
pictures and figuring out fun ways that you could use your yarn. And
That's super cool. I love that. That's sweet. That's sweet. Okay. Everyone's palate's cleansed. Everyone feels less miserable and horrible. Everybody feels good. Okay, good. Because now I want to tell you about something else stupid that's happening. New segment. Microsoft is planning to launch a mobile game store. Microsoft will launch a web-based mobile game store in July, seeking to compete with Apple's App Store and the Google Play Store. Speaking at Bloomberg Technology Summit on Thursday, which is why this is why she was there. It wasn't to answer the Tango Gameworks thing. This is why, okay? She said, quote, "The store will be accessible across all devices, all countries, no matter what, independent of the policies of closed ecosystem stores," end quote. In other words, they can sell you mobile games and microtransactions in those mobile games without having to pay Apple and Google a 30% cut, which is the key. The store will launch with Microsoft's own games and additional content for said games. Eventually, the store will be open to third-party publishers as well. Quote, "This web-based store is the first step in our journey to building a trusted app store with its roots in gaming," an Xbox spokesperson said to Bloomberg. Microsoft has discussed the possibility of launching such a store for some time, largely in the wake of the acquisition of Activision Blizzard Blizzard, which included mobile giant King, the company behind Candy Crush. While the Activision deal was often framed as Microsoft seeking to acquire Call of Duty, Xbox boss Phil Spencer has consistently claimed the transaction was primarily driven by the company's mobile gaming ambitions. In November 2022, Spencer went as far as to say that the Xbox business would become, quote, untenable, end quote, if it remained irrelevant on mobile. Which is really fascinating to hear that their whole business model is tied up in mobile gaming. That's one of their huge, huge pushes, which is interesting. There's just no way to really plot the future without being on the platform that most of the planet plays on, Spencer said in November of 2023. The games are different. The business models are different. The whole dynamic of how you distribute, how you find games is different. So when I was looking at that, I needed to find a team that's had amazing success for us to learn from. So literally, Amy Hood, who's the CFO of Microsoft, and I went through a list of who are the most accomplished publishers in the mobile space. And most people wouldn't have expected, I didn't, that Activision would have been as high with the King work as well as the Call of Duty mobile work, Warzone stuff that they've been doing, Diablo Immortal. So straight up, people are like, Microsoft, Xbox, what are you doing with your console stuff? What about your Xbox and all that? Phil Spencer recently has been saying that mobile gaming is actually like the pivotal thing for their ambitions. And this is why I've tried to stress to people like to think a little bit bigger and outside of the console box or the console war box or outside of even the PC gaming box and the traditional like third-person adventure games and that type of thing. Think bigger than that, because gaming revenue, look at this. Look at this madness, okay? Open image in new tab. There we go. This is from 2020, so this is old, but this gives you a breakdown of just what I'm talking about, because it's even more drastic now. About half of all gaming revenue on a year-to-year basis is on mobile. About half. This includes money spent on $70 games. This includes those $40 skins in Call of Duty. Like this includes all of that. And annually, it's about half of the total spending is on mobile. And the rest is split up between consoles and PC and then cloud gaming and stuff like that. So when like Microsoft and Xbox are looking at gaming and they see Xbox as a gaming platform, they're not looking at this little piece of the pie, which is what a lot of people wrongly do. A lot of people who are Xbox fans of the consoles, right? Of the consoles, they look at it and they're only thinking about this. Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, Matt Booty, Satya, Miss Hood, all of those guys, they're not looking at this. They're looking at the total pie. Because even if their sliver of this chunk drops, but they get half of the mobile market or a third of the mobile market, whatever they end up getting, it makes up for it. So they can afford to piss off some console fanboys, and they're like, yeah, whatever. If we have one successful mobile game, we just released the equivalent of 15 like God of War Ragnaroks. Like that's how much freaking money mobile games make. It's outrageous and stupid, but that's just how it is. Like we talked about how Monopoly Go has spent more money on marketing the game in the last year than they have on than they spent to like develop The Last of Us Part 2. They've spent more money on marketing the mobile game than they spent building The Last of Us Part 2. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. And already, I think Monopoly Go has already passed the $2 billion milestone in under a year. To put that in perspective, Like, this is a mobile game with one of the most toxic monetization strategies ever. Like, it's just straight up a slot machine that's more disguised and makes you not realize that it's a slot machine. And it's made $2 billion, which makes it one of the most profitable pieces of entertainment media ever, like in human history. That's outrageous. That's crazy. Does PlayStation care about the mobile market? It's actually been a major complaint of investors that they haven't poured much effort into the mobile market. Jim Ryan's big push was live service. My fear is that whoever steps in next, their push is going to be mobile markets. Because the current interim CEO of PlayStation, who is no doubt going to be instrumental in picking his successor, is obsessed with margins. And guess what gaming division has ridiculously high margins? Mobile. So I'm braced for the new CEO of PlayStation to come in, and their big push, just like Jim Ryan's big push was for live service stuff, I think the new CEO is probably going to come in and their big push is going to be bringing God of War and Last of Us spin-off games to mobile. And it's going to be mighty cringe. Just you wait. Just you wait. It's going to be real bad. So I just always want to encourage people when we talk about the games industry, it's really easy for people to think about just this chunk of the pie, or maybe even both of these chunks of the pie, the PC and console space. But that is missing about half of the games industry from the perspective of the big corporate bigwigs. For them, the most important sector of the gaming business is on your phone. And I think the problem is a lot of companies think that there's crossover between these. They think that it's like, you know, a standard Venn diagram where you have the people that play on console over here, console, and then you have the people that play on PC, and there's some overlap there. So, you know, there's some people that are playing on both console and PC, and they overlap there. But they also, I would argue, wrongly think that there's crossover here, or a lot of crossover, where they can put out a Diablo Immortal and they're shocked when PC players and console players are upset. You all have phones, don't you? It's because they thought there was a lot more crossover here than there actually was. In reality, I think it's much more like, you know, a very slim crossover. The people who play mobile games play a lot of mobile games and spend freakish amounts of money on it. But they often are not spending anywhere near the same amount of money on PC games or on console games. And so long as they make the mistake of thinking that there's a bigger crossover, you end up with horrible releases that disappoint everybody, like Diablo Immortal. If you have a healthy understanding of it and you respect your community and they know and they're in touch with PC and console gamers, they'll know it's much more like this. And there's very little crossover when you go down to spending levels. Yeah. Kind of impressed that PC is doing the same numbers as console gaming. I figured that because consoles include PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo, there would be more console games. Well, it's also, I mean, it's factored into this are like browser PC games, which, what would that even be? Like RuneScape or something? I don't even know what that would be. But stuff like that. Maybe you could even say like chess.com and stuff like that, and subscriptions tied up into that would be counted towards this. I don't know, but yeah, it's certainly impressive that the numbers are that high, but that's also any microtransaction, anything on Steam. You know, Steam is huge. People forget Steam is just giant. It's outrageous. Yeah. I hate being on my phone. I still play Snap, but I don't count that as being on my phone. Sounds like they got you, Enigma. They got you hooked. Honestly, back in the day, I thought VR would blow up. It really, or it hasn't really, has it? No, it's still incredibly niche. And it's just, everybody's kind of hoping that Apple maybe can figure it out and make it more mainstream with the Vision Pro. But still, people just aren't sure what does VR do that their phone can't do. Like, VR is just, it's a bunch of extra steps. It's a separate device. It's something you strap to your head, and it's hot and heavy. And you do all of that to watch a movie on a big screen. And that's cool, but it's also like, is it that much better than me just being able to lay down and hold my phone? Like, is the experience that improved? And for a lot of people, it isn't, at least not yet. They just have to figure out what the big hook is going to be for VR, and they just haven't found it yet. People who like VR really like VR, but it's very niche. It's very, very niche. Yeah. But Snap is a good game, I promise. I swear. Yeah. I mean, some of these games can be good. The thing is, like, they are built, and the mobile games market is built on foundations of appealing to very particular types of human emotions and proclivities, and they tend to make the most money off of the most vulnerable people who have like gambling addictions and children and stuff. And that's my problem. It's like, you watch the breakdowns of how Monopoly Go monetizes people, and there's no way to take it without being like, this seems really unethical. You know, like, it seems really, really unethical. And unfortunately, that's just how it goes, you know. People basically live in VR chat. Yeah, dude, some people, it's crazy. Yeah, Blades and Sorcery is great. Yeah, that's great. The Asgard's Wrath 2, that game's phenomenal. That game's outrageously good. There's a lot. Stefan, thank you for the super chat. Sorry, I missed it. It was 10 minutes ago. Do you think it would be smarter for Xbox and Sony to just buy IPs instead of studios and then go the Nintendo route? I mean, at this point, I think Sony could do that, because they seem like they've demonstrated they have teams that can consistently put out quality products. Xbox has bought a lot of studios, but they have not figured out how to consistently drop quality content. And that's the problem. Is if they can figure out how to have a team or like maybe 3 or 4 studios where every time they release a game, you're like, okay, it's going to be 9+ out of 10. That's what Sony's got. You know, when Naughty Dog drops something, it's probably 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. Same with like Santa Monica Studio. Like, you know, that game's going to be freaking great. Xbox doesn't have that. Like, they have studios which are popular and that people know, and they might love their IP, or they might be fans for a long time, but they're not the same like critical masterpieces. And that's the problem they've got to figure out. Can you blame them from a business perspective, though, even though it is unethical? You can't blame them from a business perspective. You can blame them from an ethical and critique them from an ethical perspective. But fundamentally, like, the issue with free markets is if there is a gap to get a competitive advantage, they will take advantage of it, even if it means compromising on ethical values, which is why regulations are supposed to be in place, and you're supposed to be able to protect consumers with those regulations to fill in those gaps. But the games market, especially on mobile, is totally just a wild west. The fact that Monopoly Go is advertised and tagged on the App Store as a board game is outrageous. But it's because there's no clear regulations. I think if you're an adult and you want to spend your money as you wish, so be it. If you want to blow all of your money on Lego sets and collectible dolls and stuff, that's cool. America's great. You can do that. But I don't think anybody under the age of 18 should be able to engage with microtransactions. I think companies also similar. I think they've done this in China as well. You have to identify high spenders. So if there's somebody that's spending an outrageous amount of money on a mobile game, you are supposed to flag it in China and then they can have it shut down, or you could do an all-time like lifetime cap on spending. So you can never spend more than $100 on a mobile game. That I think would be totally fair. But companies freak out about that naturally because they're like, well, it should be the player's freedom to spend $5,000 in a mobile game if they want to. And that's where most of their profits come from, or from the guys that spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on it. And that's why they would fight that tooth and nail. But that's where I think there should really be a push for regulations to protect those types of people. There's no reason anybody should be spending more than $100 certainly in a mobile game. I would argue you shouldn't be spending any, but $100 is still a crap ton of money to spend on any game. And so it would be pretty telling if somebody, like if a regulator said, yeah, we want to make it so you can never spend more than $100 on a mobile game. It would be pretty telling when you would see like Scopely come out and fight that tooth and nail, because they know most of their money is coming from the guys that are spending thousands, you know? Yeah, look at the guy that in the UK that spent 35 grand on FIFA cards. Yeah, or I won't get into it again, but there are YouTubers that have spent well over $100,000 on single mobile games. Probably across all the mobile games they play, they've probably spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years on mobile games because they're that addicted. Like, that's crazy. It's outrageous. And I don't think anybody's going to argue that that is a thoughtful or rational purchasing decision. That is something somebody's doing because they're addicted. And the company that enables them to spend and waste that money is, I think, participating in extremely unethical behaviors. But they're going to keep doing it as long as they're allowed to, which is why I think regulators should step in and prevent them from doing that. Yeah. Tectone has spent an insane amount on Honkai Star Rail. Oh, really? I know I'm contradicting myself, but I'm really tired of everything mobile. I think it's mentally unhealthy. That's why, like, straight up, you just have to uninstall the apps. There's such a thing as a process addiction, which people don't realize, because it's almost never talked about. But process addictions are addictions when you're addicted to like a routine of something. So if you have, so the example some people will bring up is like if you go to Starbucks every morning on the way to work, you can become addicted to the process of that. You get addicted to driving there, to the sights and scenes and smells, to getting the nice warm cup with the big logo on it. You get addicted to talking to the barista there every morning. Like, you get addicted to that process. And people can also get addicted to the process of engaging with like games as well. It's also a thing. And so people will get into the routine and they'll get addicted to the routine and the process of like booting up the game and going in and playing it for 10 minutes, and then they go and they put it down, and then they're used every time they get on their lunch break, they play a few rounds of whatever the game is, and then they put the phone down. Like, they get addicted to that routine, and that's where the real addiction lies. So uninstalling the game from their phone sounds like an easy fix, but they're so addicted to the process that they would just immediately re-download it because they need that process again, and it'll take like weeks for them to really shake the feeling, which is why like a camping trip or something where you leave your phone behind is probably the best way to do it. You guys need to chill. Clash of Clans is great. Yeah, no, Clash of Clans is great. All we're saying is that there should be a cap on spending, so you shouldn't be able to spend more than $100 on a mobile game, in my humble opinion. And I don't think anybody under the age of 18 should be able to spend any money. That's where I'm at. Yeah, Luke's advice: go into a forest without your phone. Yeah. That's easy, guys. It's an easy fix. Just go into a forest, don't tell anyone, and just don't take anything with you. Problem solved, dude. I just figured it out. Oh man, that sounds difficult to enforce. Even for Talking Tom. Yeah, even for Talking Tom. Yeah, as for enforcement, it would literally just be regulatory enforcement. Like, this is something that has happened with gambling. This is something that's happened even within the games industry in China, where China's regulators have stepped in and like severely hindered mobile game spending in those markets. I don't know if it's actually like been challenged or if there's been appeals or something, but I know that they passed that initial regulation. So I just think it's something we could do if we wanted to do it, but you're always going to be tied up in individual freedoms where somebody feels like they should be allowed to spend their life savings on a mobile game if they really want to. And I can understand that, but I think there are some people that society should try to protect from themselves even. Like if you are so addicted to gambling that you will take out a second mortgage on your house and like sell everything you own and the clothes on your back to feed it, like at that point, okay, you clearly lack control. And I would hope that we would have the empathy to help those who have those addictions, whether it's gambling or drugs or alcohol, whatever, you know. But yeah, anyway, why does China care? China's a complicated place. I think that is a very complex question, amazingly enough, and is probably well above my pay grade to decipher, frankly. But anywho, they started. Oh, this is just freaking cool. Look at this. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The actual location and the video game location of it. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Isn't that freaking badass? That's the actual place. And then they rebuilt it. Because I remember seeing this in like the trailer and thinking, oh, that looks cool. I think I even paused the trailer when we saw it. And we were like, ooh, look at this. Look at that. Because like they used to just have to build with the terrain instead of just like, oh, we'll just blow it up and level it out and build something. You know, they would work with the rocks and boulders and mountains and hills. And it was always so cool. It led to cities that were fascinating to look at because they would go with nature. And this is exactly how it was, you know, back then too. And you can see it's a real place, which is awesome. I love it. I love it. Spider-Man Kush, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Ulando, thank you also for subbing with Prime. Thank you. Yeah. I'm so ready, dude. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I need it in my life. I need it bad. Okay, this is just funny. I'll just point this out. New segment. So we've all seen how there's like mass review bombings for things gamers don't like, right? So they announce you need a PSN account and they're going to delist the game, Helldivers 2, all over the world if you can't make a PSN account. We've also seen them like mass review bomb like trailers for things. People see like the protagonist in the new Fable game or at least the character they put in the trailer, and they think that she looks intentionally ugly, which as I say, it is a really funny term, but they see that and think it's a travesty, so they mass downvote the trailer, and then they go and they mass downvote a Star Wars Outlaws trailer because it has 3 different editions and maxes out at $130. Like gamers just tend to do this, where if they want their voices heard, they will mass downvote something to let it be known. Well, something funny has happened with Hi-Fi Rush on Steam. It's being reverse review bombed. So it's being positively review bombed, which doesn't even sound right. It's not even bombing. It's like flooding with I don't even know what you'd say, because what is a good type of bombing? I don't even know. But it's happening. It's happening. People are flooding the Steam page with positive reviews to praise the game and make Xbox look like they've made a mistake. Ascending, maybe? Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Review enhancement. Yeah, it's freaking weird. but it's happening and it's funny, and I'm here for it. You know, it's just the inverse of mass review bombing, but it's just the opposite of it, which is funny because it's almost like, frankly, it's funnier and says a lot more to bomb Hi-Fi Rush with positive reviews after they shut down the studio. It's a lot funnier to do this than to like mass downvote it and be like, yeah, this game was great and Microsoft killed it. This works way better. You can see that there was a spike of bad reviews around there, so you can tell that some people started trying to mass downvote it to like make their voices heard about their dissatisfaction of the closure. But a lot of other people went in and they're like, no, the game didn't do anything wrong. It's Microsoft. So we're going to mass vote it positively, you know, which is just funny. It's a clever way of doing it. I like this. I appreciate it. You know, I'm not sure how much Microsoft cares about Steam reviews. Yeah, I don't think they care at all. Like, honestly, some people were like, well, if we make our voices heard enough that we're upset about Tango Gameworks, they're going to undo the closure. It's like, that is not how that works. By the time they announce a closure, there has been so much legal paperwork and accounting work done to prepare for it. You can't just undo it. It doesn't work that way. And furthermore, if you worked at a company and you got laid off, and then they were like, okay, well, people were mean to us about it, so we're going to rehire you. Would you take your job back? Like, would you want to work there? Would you want to pour blood, sweat, and tears in those? Probably not, honestly. Like, why would you do that? You're going to be like, no, screw you guys. I'm going to go find a job with another company that I love and appreciate and appreciates me. Why would you go back and help them just get over some, like, initial blow of negativity? Like, it just wouldn't work. So there's no way for this to come back. Somebody was saying wait for an angel investor. Yeah, you could. Maybe an angel investor comes in and tries to hire everybody up, but and like that might happen. Usually what happens when like one studio is laid off, a lot of the employees just get picked up by nearby studios. And a lot of people, like, if one person gets hired or gets an interview somewhere else, you'll end up having them tell their buddies that they worked with at their last job, oh, come here, apply for a job here. I told them about you. You're great. And I can help you get a job here. And usually, you know, things will kind of consolidate. People will gather up. And similar things have happened, you know, with other closures. Unfortunately, I mean, this is not a new thing or a novel thing, but yeah, Tango Gameworks is gone. It might resurrect in spirit somewhere else, but probably not in its full form here. So as the rights to The Evil Within, well, just Microsoft. At this point, the studio is dead, so the rights just pass to Xbox and Microsoft. So if they want to assign the rights somewhere else, they can do that. But yeah, Pavel Sasko has been telling them to apply with CDPR Boston. Okay. I mean, a lot of companies, if they have the ability to hire them and if they need the talent, they'll hire them. Like in the games industry, apparently the issue recently has been a shorter or they basically have been short on the talent that they need, which is how they usually say it. But they might say it also like they're short on qualified applicants, which is like, it basically just means that they don't have the experience that they want or whatever else. It's kind of tough to gauge. Let's talk about this real quick. We'll finish with this story and sorry, getting a phone call. We'll finish with this story and then we'll probably call it. But this is like the big stupid dumb thing that happened today, and I just want to get it out there. New segment. Okay. What is the dumbest thing you can imagine? What if we took $70 games, sold them with all sorts of extra DLC and microtransactions and stuff in there? Okay, that could work. And then we also sell premium editions for like $100, $130, whatever, for early access to the game. So if you want to play it with your friends at launch and not be really behind, you have to spend even more money, maybe even twice the amount of money you would have spent otherwise. Okay, that could work. What's something even stupider we could do? What if we put ads in it? Well, that's what they're looking at doing over at EA. EA is prototyping in-game ads even as we speak. Andrew Wilson, the CEO of the company, said, "We have teams internally in the company right now." Oh, baby. We have teams internally in the company right now looking at how do we do very thoughtful implementations inside of our game experiences. Okay. I don't want to take Wilson out of context. If you read the full question and answer on page 12, you'll see that in-game ads aren't the thing he's most excited about. He says it's, quote, still early on that front. Repeatedly says EA needs to be, quote, very thoughtful, end quote, and suggests bigger ad opportunity is beyond the bounds of games, outside of a game itself. Okay. Okay. He said it was page 12. Okay. Oh God, it's a big answer. Okay. Yeah, that's great. That's just tremendous. Yeah, to answer your question on advertising broadly, again, I think it's still early on that front. And we have looked over the course of our history to be very thoughtful about advertising in the context of our play experiences. But again, as we think about the many, many billions of hours spent both playing, creating, watching, and connecting, and where much of that engagement happens to be on the bounds of a traditional game experience, our expectation is that advertising has an opportunity to be a meaningful driver of growth for us. We'll be very thoughtful as we move into that, but we have teams internally in the company right now looking at how do we do very thoughtful implementations inside of our game experiences, but more importantly, as we start to build community and harness the power of community beyond the bounds of our games, how do we think about advertising as a growth driver in those types of experiences? I don't even know what he means by like meaningful advertising growth drivers and experience. All it really means, all this really frankly means, is that they want to find ways to put ads and advertising in their gameplay experiences to grow revenues, because they have people spending billions and billions of dollars in these games, billions, well, that's true, dollars and hours in these games constantly. So how do you capitalize on the time and exposure of these games? You have ads. You have ads. So one way that they've already experimented with this, sideline ads that you guys are bringing up. Let's see. Where is it? FC game. Can I just see pictures? Yeah. So one way that they've thought of doing this is with like sideline ads. So like ads along the borders in the games as you're playing. So you'd be playing and then along the edges of the stands, there might be ads. There might be ads hung from here. There's stuff you could do with that. Famously also 2K, I think it was NBA, they put ads into the game. So like you'd be playing the game and then there would be ads that actually play and are on screen while you're playing the game and stuff like that. And the whole idea for this is that they're looking at it and they're like, okay, well, sports game players, for example, are accustomed to a lot of ads when watching a game, like whether it's American football or soccer, whatever it is. They're like, people are accustomed to it. So what if we just put ads that they're already used to, but we put it in the video game and it'll be more immersive because there's actual ads just like they would see in a regular game, but it's in the game that they're playing. Whoa. Brilliant. And for them, it just makes sense because sports fans especially are already accustomed to heavy advertising. So they probably will be able to do it, get away with it, just like with NBA 2K. And you're going to like it. And they'll get even more money out of it. And I would not be shocked at all if they continue to push it on EA's front. I think it's going to be something they keep pushing for. And unfortunately, they'll do it. Some people will get upset about it. You know, I might make a video, Yong might make a video, Skillet might make a video, but it's like, our communities and our audiences are not the types that are playing those games that much. Like the people that are making those videos and streams are like, what's his name? The guy that does, what's the streamer that like the Madden streamer that is always doing like the hands. I don't remember his name. I've seen the videos. Whatever that guy's name is. Like if he was outspoken about it and freaked out about it, if they added a bunch of this stuff to Madden, Sketch, yeah, that's it, then you might see a change. But honestly, like they'll probably go to Sketch and offer him $1 million to play the game and not throw a fit about it. And it's not that they'll say like, don't talk about this. They'll pay him to like play the game and they'll be like, yeah, can you not call attention to that type of thing as part of this promotional thing, you know? Because that's typically how these types of things will work with these big sports games, is that they'll just do sponsored streams where they have a little bit more powerful, and that's just what it's going to be. It's just, the whole thing is really stupid, but they're going to get away with it again in sports games, I have no doubt. And I'm just worried that they'll try to put it into like the single player experiences. Like, can you imagine if you're playing whatever the sequel is to Jedi Survivor, and then he goes into a Star Wars movie theater and you sit through 3 minutes or 10 minutes of actual ads before playing like the in-game movie or something? Like, it's just outrageous. It's just outrageous, you know? It's all just dumb. It's dumb. Real quick, thank you. Let me catch up on these real quick. Infinity Project, thank you for the super chat. Hey Luke, I'm 4 months sobered now. Woohoo! Did you see the live action GTA 6 trailer made by Andrew Levitt? I don't think I did see the live action trailer. I'll pull that up in another tab. I'll look that up right after we hop off stream. As for that, congratulations, 4 months. Ooh, baby. Congratulations, my friend. That's something to be proud of. Wowza ganowza. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for telling us about that. That's awesome. Congratulations. Well done. Keep it up, my friend. Keep us in the loop. We can, like, if it gives you any dopamine, we'll do like a whole celebration every time you pop back in and keep us up to date. So congrats, my friend. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Gotham, thank you for the other super chat as well. Did you see Cyberpunk hit overwhelmingly positive? I did see that. Yeah, they managed to complete the full character arc. They managed to actually do it. It's pretty crazy when you consider how that game started, that now it's overwhelmingly positive and people are super stoked on it. So that's great. Let's see, Jimothy, James, Jimothy, do you care if I call you Jimothy? Thank you for becoming a member as well. Thank you, my friend. Jimothy, the one and only. And Zach, thank you for the super chat as well. Do you think, and Team Antoniadis, yeah, that guy. Do you think he's a party boy? Yeah. If you look at his Instagram, he looks like a mad party boy. I'm going to be real. Which, I mean, more power to him. If I got a $30-40 million payday or whatever he got, I'd be a party boy too. I mean, come on. Yeah. I'd be losing my mind. You better believe it. You better believe it. Timothy's my stage name. Love it. Did you see the opt-out video about Discord with forced arbitration? I don't think so. That rings a bell. The forced arbitration thing. That rings a bell, but I'm not sure. Yeah, watch this 3-minute ad for 1 hour, for a 1 hour 20% discount at Bellathor's General Goods. Yeah, dude, straight up. I wouldn't be surprised if they start trying to do stuff like that electronic. Maybe they already have and I just missed it. But it wouldn't shock me at all if it's like, yeah, so the in-game items cost this amount, and it's like, you know, 1,000 in-game currency or whatever. You can buy the item for $5 real-world dollars, or you can watch an ad to get a temporary discount of like 50%, so it's only 500 in-game currency or something. They're going to start doing that stuff all the time. And I would expect it to come to like Apex Legends or Overwatch, games like that, from Activision Blizzard. I would totally buy that companies will start experimenting with that a lot, because that's a big staple in the mobile game sector, is that it's like, oh yeah, if you want to continue playing and you don't want to wait 20 minutes for another whatever, you can either pay straight cash or you can watch an ad. I would fully buy that they start experimenting with that. And that's when that happens. That's when people actually need to lose their minds, okay? Like, for the love of God, people need to actually lose their minds when that happens. You can't do the whole thing that's like crying wolf over little stuff constantly, because then people won't take stuff like that seriously. And these companies are going to try to time it very precisely. And I think we just need to be prepared, because they're gonna try stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Never had mine to begin with. Good. That makes you even more dangerous. The bleed over all of these mobile game tactics into PC and console games has been sad to see. Yeah, well, luckily, I mean, people don't tolerate it very much, but yeah. I don't know what that is. Okay. Anyway. Ad blockers for games when? Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like all of these companies that are trying to avoid piracy and crap like that. And it's like, bro, one of the easiest ways to get people to lose their minds and do that is to pull this kind of crap, like, for real. It's going to be a very bad idea. Let's see. Thank you also, Infinity, for the further $2 super chat. Thanks, I shall, y'all. The real ones. You're the real one. Keep it up, my friend. Keep it up. You got this. And Mr. Steal Yo Kill, thank you for the 5. So, Luke, when that super chat system getting fixed? I think we're going to have to move over to, like, Stream Elements or something, because we got a series of, well, it was memberships, gifted memberships, and it was, like, dozens and dozens and dozens. And it, like, broke the system, because I think the, like, banner thing is popping up, but the sounds aren't playing and the text to speech isn't working, and I don't know why. So I don't know if I need to do like a new account and try that. I don't know, but it just like seemingly broke it, which is really funny. But yeah, it just hasn't worked since then. At one point it just stopped working, and then I don't know. I've tried like refreshing the cache. I've tried, like, I just genuinely am surprised. The computer's rebooted. Like, I don't know. It's really weird. Yeah, Sarge broke it. Yeah, thanks, Sarge. Yeah, oh geez. Oh man, I think we'll mostly see ads in games as a service. If they implemented it in single player games where you don't need the internet for game functionality, people do or go to the high seas in droves. Yeah, but we've seen them try it before and do stupid stuff like that. I just think these companies always overstretch and try, you know, they really overreach, and then they get slapped back, and then they still get a little bit. You know, they'll try to take a mile and we'll fight them back, and they'll take 100 feet, but they still took 100 feet that they probably shouldn't have taken at all. But that's how these companies always work, is that they go for a lot and then they get a little, but it's still more than they had. And it can feel like a win when it's like, oh yeah, we won that fight, because they're not doing that thing anymore. It's better. It's like the Tarkov thing is a perfect example. Like the Tarkov team tries to straight up break the game's economy and do all this stuff for a $250 edition, and they have pay to win mechanics and everything, and they're not including it in the season pass for everybody that supported the game from launch. And then they walk some of it back and they say, okay, well, we'll give you guys a discount, and we'll also do this, this, and this. And it's like, well, that didn't actually fix the problem. It's better than it was, but you didn't actually fix the problem. You know, like, didn't actually work. But people are like, well, it's better than it was, or than it could have been, so we should be just happy. We should suck it up. So you can't do that, guys. Yeah, Bethesda implements paid mods? No? Okay. Creation Club? Okay. Yeah, exactly. And with a lot of these companies, they'll try it once, and they might get an initial like blowback, and then they'll try it again, and then again, and again and again and again. And that's just, they're going to keep trying until they get away with it, you know. Or they'll just take it and weather the storm, and then it becomes normal. And that's what happened like Fallout 76's Fallout First thing, where it's $100 for it's $100 for a membership, and it's outrageous. It has like pay to win mechanics all over it, and people just got used to it. So now it's not a big deal. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Anyway, yeah, Finance Friday. I did not prepare any clips or anything for Finance Friday. I'm terrible and I'm very unprofessional. So I don't really have anything to show or to dig into. I need to find some cringy finance clips. So maybe we'll do that next week, early next week or something, and we can do that. But in the meantime, we've been going about 4.5 hours, so I will call it there. I appreciate all of you guys so much. You guys are wonderful. It's a freakishly... Yes, we're freakishly generous today. I mean, it's probably the shirt or the Todd candle or something. I don't know. You guys are always humbling me. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you. Go watch the new video on Hellblade. Go check that out on the main channel. And anything else? I don't know. I'll talk to you guys soon. We'll be back Monday, rocking and rolling, doing another stream. I'll look forward to it desperately. Until then, everybody, much love. I'll see you in the next one. Much love. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.